Oh, wow. First time. Crazy. Open home screen. Open home screen. 5. 105 shares today, folks, he says, without his. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, that was my stomach rumbling. Sounds pretty. Good Lord, my stomach is grumbling. I should have grabbed some milk. Hello, pre-show, everybody. Gonna be an interesting beginning of the show. 2 free hours, kids. All right. You say we go live and now. 3, 2, 1. Let's go down.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's to which we must be true.
Oh, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? Will raise your hand against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's over to. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Welcome, 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 welcome. You are seeing me type furiously on my phone. What a scramble to get myself together with you this Sunday. So welcome, 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 welcome to our humble second bedroom studio here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, and I will talk more about that in just a few minutes. Even more so, we will learn about that this week than we have learned, or that I have told you about, informed you about already. We'll find a little bit more about that this week from our humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for the 16th of October. I just have to stop you and tell you that my brain desperately wanted to say December, but I will explain that in a moment. 16th of October, 2022. This Tuesday puts us, Tuesday the 18th, puts the 18th, right? Jeez, yeah. Yeah, because tomorrow's the 17th, Tuesday 18th. Tuesday the 18th puts us 3 weeks away from the end of the 2022 election cycle. I think we have to kind of refer to this stuff differently now, because we don't just say that Tuesday is election day, because despite the efforts by those on the right and the billionaire class to end voting in this country, to really just put an end to it, really, an end to the American democratic experiment, we kind of need to refer to the end, the election, the traditional election day, kind of as the end of the cycle, as mail-in voting has actually grown throughout the country. Not in all areas, I'm saying generally speaking throughout the country. So really, the physical, if you will, physical in-person election day has kind of become now not just election day, but kind of the end of this cycle. And so we are 3 weeks from the end, 3 weeks on Tuesday, on this coming Tuesday, 3 weeks away from the end of this electoral cycle. And I have to be honest with you, I will be quite happy to get it's sad, honestly, but I will be quite happy to get to that stage. I already see quite a number of names in the chat watching the program. My much better half is downstairs working but still listening. Randall, hello. Dr. Jones, thank you for being here. Darlene is here. Nate, Erica, Christopher, if I missed anybody, please shout at me in the chat. Thank you all for being here. Let's get to the business end of the program, shall we? Wherever you may be across the Facebook universe, and we have shared the program, I myself alone share the program to 105 places this week. We thank you very, very much for allowing us into your little corner of the Facebook universe. I know that I say this every show. I say it multiple times per show. And forgive me for sniffling, but I'm completely stuffed up and I forgot to use nasal spray before I started. So I'm going to sound like, I don't know what I'm going to sound like in another couple hours. But that said, I know I say it multiple times per show. It sounds very repetitive and probably pedantic, but literally, Facebook is a very interesting thing. It is owned by a company. Almost everything that's on it is public. Once you put it out there, it's public. But to every single individual one of you, like Randall, to groups like my own home Democratic Committee of the Saucon Democrats, or national pages like Free Speech TV, we thank you very, very, very much for allowing us to be part of your corner of the Facebook universe. That little piece of Facebook I consider to be yours. I know Facebook doesn't consider it that way, but I do. And when you let us there, it means everything to us. This program does not have advertisers. We do not make money, despite my best efforts. And I still hope that eventually it'll happen, that this will be my full-time job, but we're not there yet. So when you share us into your little corner of the Facebook universe, whether it's your personal page, a group page, a national page, private group, public group, whatever it might be, it means everything to us. And we thank you very much for allowing that. We have shared the program, just me, myself, to 105 places. You can stay in any one of those places and continue to watch and enjoy the program, or at least we hope you enjoy, but continue to watch, listen, and enjoy the program. You can stay right there, enjoy it, stay there. However, here's the big but, he says, however, if you want to interact with us, we need you to come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. That's what it is called, That Other Side of Information. That is our home for all things that surround this program, the topics that we talk about, the news you need to know. I even actually published this week my first little commentary. I've never written a commentary, and as long as I've had the Facebook page, which I think is kind of strange. But I'll get into that in just a couple of minutes. But that's where I will see you come in. I will welcome you, as I am going to do right now, as I try to type and talk at the same time, which is usually never a good thing. That's where I'll see you. That's where I'll get to say hello to you. And that's where you can send me your questions and your comments and your thoughts and just whatever's on your mind, especially today, because the first 2 hours of the program have no guest. It's just us. So it's all yours, wide open. As you are seeing on your screen, if you're watching on Facebook, it's just my big ugly mug right there slapped in front of you. So it's us for 2 whole hours. We are expecting a guest. It's Tina Burns. She has been with us before. She was here before. I really should stop sniffling into the microphone, shouldn't I? That doesn't sound very pleasant. She was a guest of ours during the primary, and she's coming back to visit us today as we approach the end of this election cycle to talk to us again. And we are expecting her in our third hour. So sometime around 7 p.m. could be a little bit 7 p.m. Eastern time. Could be a little bit before, could be a little bit after, but we're expecting her in our third hour. So for the first 2 hours, it's just us. But let me finish, as I've gotten myself kind of dragged off onto a corner here. Geez, what a shock. Hey, the host drug himself down a rabbit hole. How crazy. Let me finish the business end of the program. So again, wherever you are on Facebook, thank you for being there. Stay right where you are. Come to our homepage, That Other Side of Information, if you would like to speak to me, comment, question, all of that fun stuff. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you, as always, for allowing us to be part of your day as well, whether it is Sunday or for our listeners in the far Pacific, the Australia, New Zealand, Far East areas. It's Monday for you already, but we thank you for allowing us to be part of your day wherever you are around the globe. It means everything to us. And if you're not listening to hot101.net, you are missing it. And I say this with all honesty, because I will tell you as perfectly bluntly and honestly as I can. I know it's going to sound strange, but hang in there with me. A lot of the music that's there is not my style, but I do still tune in because the genuine artistry with which the DJs mix and blend these music from the most recent modern music, sometimes they'll do retro shows of older hip hop and older dance music, and they blend it with absolute artistry. And you really need to check it out. There is no way that you cannot find and listen to hot101.net. You can stream us on your desktops, laptops, tablets, phones of any maker, model, or age, Bluetooth speakers. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. Our name is our web address. It's hot101.net. You can find us on the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store if you have an Android device. And if you should have any other type of device that does not use Apple or Android software, go to the TuneIn radio app, go up to the search bar, search hot101.net, and you will find us there. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, PA. Every partner that we have with the show means everything in the world to us. And TCP is right there. None are above any other. They are equal partners, and I'm grateful for every single one of them. I've referred to it often as the three-legged stool. Facebook 101 and TCP, they all mean everything to this show. I wouldn't be here without them. Shout out to Sergeant Mac, by the way, who will be with us after, or not with me, I should say, but with you on hot101.net and on Facebook after our show at 9 p.m. Eastern time. This show should, oh goodness, I'm really snorting here. Should be on his page, Ghost Call Productions. You will find Sergeant Mac. You will find this show now, I hope right now, and you will find his show there on Facebook from 9 p.m. So I am welcoming yet someone else into the room. I am going to actually fix something for you visually on screen. As far as I'm concerned, folks, I'm going to do a little bit of an opening, but and I will probably take you through a couple of things that have happened this week. But the phone line, consider the phone line open. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Again, first 2 hours of the program. Yeah, first 2 hours, it's all us. It's just you and me and our guest. We are expecting in the third hour of the program. I think, yeah, I have that right. Third hour. It makes sense. It's coming to me slowly, but surely. It's my brain is beginning to function. I'll tell you what it is. It's the typing, which I should not be doing while I'm speaking to you. I shouldn't be doing that, and yet I continue to do it. Yeah, so that's that. Oh goodness, I'm just sorry. I'm really screwing things up. Okay. Yes, now fixed that. Okay, so welcome to everyone who's in. All right, let me get to this. I actually want to talk to you first about something that might seem disconnected from you. It's something that I literally just got in the door from not too long ago, actually. And like literally not even half an hour. Well, no, yeah, it's about half an hour now. But normally I'm home here and I come upstairs and start connecting wires and booting up computer programs and changing the headers of posts, and there's some technical prep work that the program demands. And so I come up and I start doing that early. I usually, sometimes as early as 3:30, 90 minutes before I start. Sometimes more likely around 4. Well, today I came in about 20 minutes before I hit the air, which is exceptionally late. And it was a hell of a scramble. And there's a reason, and there's a very good reason. And as much as I very much hope that some of the people that we spoke to today are listening, I am going to tend to say that they're probably not, based on what I'm going to explain to you. So Kristen and I were actually out canvassing for the Democratic slate of candidates here in our precinct, if you will. If you are not familiar with the structure of a political party, in this case, the Democratic Party, it's really not similar from government itself. That means there is a national Democratic Party, the Democratic National Committee, the DNC. There are state and territory parties like the 50 states. There are Democratic parties in the American territories like Puerto Rico, Guam, etc. Then there are county committees. For me, Northampton County. There are sometimes area committees within a county if a county is large enough. Not every county has different areas, not just in Pennsylvania, but throughout the country. But our Northampton County happens to have areas within it. There are municipal committees. That's pretty self-explanatory. Your municipality. And then inside even the municipals, there are even smaller districts or precincts, if you will. Most of you probably knew that already, but that's essentially the breakdown of a political party. So Kristen and I are precinct committee people, precinct committee captains, precinct committee. No, I guess that's really the only two words for it. You're a committee person. You know, there's only so many terms for it. They've been mixed and mingled, I think, throughout many different years, and they've been corrected for political correctness, actually, and made more broad and more inclusive. But we are the precinct committee people for our precinct. Part of our job in that, even though it is all volunteer, part of our job and responsibility is that we have to go out and talk to the other Democrats in our fellow Democrats in our precinct, and that's what we were doing today. And today we knocked doors in the housing development that borders ours. It is an over 55 community. It's a beautiful community. It's one I wouldn't mind living in. To be honest, at some point in my life. It's lovely, actually. And so we were over there knocking doors. And I don't like knocking doors, generally speaking. Yeah, there we go. We punched the mic. Happens every show. I don't like punching. I don't like punching my mic. I don't like knocking doors generally because I do think it's really more my fault than anything else. I think it's more something that's wrong with me. That uh I always fear, not fear, fear is not the right word. I don't look forward to the possibility of confrontation. Human beings, I think generally speaking, are non-confrontational. We do not seek confrontation. And when we are faced with it, we tend to not enjoy it. We don't seek it out. We don't look for it. We don't wish it. We don't revel in it. Some folks do, but generally speaking, most people do not. So I always kind of worry, and unnecessarily, as my experience has taught me, but I tend to get a little worked up and a little minorly stressed that I'm just going to have a bad experience with somebody. And I'm sure everyone who's ever canvassed has had a bad experience. You have somebody who answers the door who isn't in a terribly good mood, or they just don't want to hear what you have to say. And so I worry about that. So we went out together today. Kristen wanted to split up, and like a spoiled little brat, I said, no, I'm staying next to you. And so we probably weren't as efficient as we should have been. If you're an experienced canvasser, the numbers I'm going to give you are going to make you giggle, that we only managed to hit 13 doors in 3 hours. I'm told that is a terrible, terrible average. So why did we do so poorly? And again, poorly, I would say just from a number standpoint. I'll get into the rest of it later, or as I proceed in this rant. Well, that's true. I guess we didn't do very well as far as efficiency. We didn't hit a lot of doors. We didn't do many doors in smaller and smaller pieces of time so that we got to more doors. But here's what we did do. And I say this not for any congratulations or not for any that we're heroes by any stretch. We talked to people today. I believe there was only one door where no one was home. And I would say probably the shortest conversation we had was maybe 5 minutes. The longest was well over an hour. We knocked doors in the housing complex that borders ours. It is an over 55 community. It is, or at least everyone that we spoke to today is retired. I think the youngest person we might have spoken to would have been in their late 60s. And today's experience is exactly why people who enjoy canvassing, like Kristen, this is why they enjoy it. Because we had wonderful conversations with every single person that we were fortunate enough to talk to. And we did not only just talk politics, issues, policy, candidates with everyone. We talked complex HOA fees. We talked gardening, the condition of the roads in their complex, and what amenities do you have that we don't have, and what do we have that you don't, and did you ever think of moving here? Oh, did you ever see one of these on the inside? And did you? They were just pleasant, getting to know people, friend making conversations, and they were brilliant. And it's why we knock doors. I'm not always a fan of knocking doors. I'm really not. But this is why we do it. Because we get to know our neighbors. Today was a real party building day. In fact, we're going to try to arrange a Democratic gathering just for our folks in the development that borders ours in that direction. We're going to try to have one just for them. And some of them expressed an interest in coming to visit us across the gate here, and who have discussed the idea of coming to see our Saucon Democrats meetings. It was a party building day. And gosh, it was brilliant. I can't say anything else about it. These are some of the most pleasant conversations that we've had. And it's such a wonderful thing. And to know, I think from a purely political standpoint, I really came away with two things. That our senior population is exceptionally dialed in. They are watching the news. And they are watching it from many different sources. We spoke to several. Now, the doors that we knocked on today are people that the computer algorithms tell you are reliable Democratic voters. They vote in every election. and they vote Democratic in every election. And that's cool. But it was interesting to speak to them because we we I think sometimes we think of our seniors, even though even though seniors do tend to vote in higher percentages than other demographics. I also think sometimes we think they're tuned out simply because we don't see them as much at committee meetings, and we don't see, we don't see the op-eds, and I think sometimes we think that they are tuned out. Now, other people might disagree with that perception, but I do think that that perception is out there, that we tend to think of them as not tuned in. Well, everyone that we talked to today, everybody is dialed in. They know what's at stake in this election. We even hit a couple doors today. Now, the mail-in ballots here in the county where we live we just received them this week. There are some folks who already filled their ballot out and returned it already. And we are 3 weeks from the end of the cycle. So nearly a full month before the end of the cycle, some folks are done. They are voted. It's in the post and they are complete because they're dialed in, because they're paying attention, because they're watching the news or consuming it in other ways. Many of the seniors that we talked to today are computer savvy. They are tech savvy. It is a place where they are getting news, having conversations, and fact checking. I don't know that we always think that the senior generation is doing so. Again, now, probably the youngest people we talked to today were probably in their late 60s. Some of them that we spoke to were in their mid 80s. I think we tend to think of them as tuned out and not technologically savvy. That is not what we found today. But the kindness that we were shown today, the patience, the open doors, the willingness to discuss difficult topics, and the knowledge that, yes, we're going to vote no matter what. A few of the folks were already declining physically and were asking us about how do we get our ballot out, because they don't want their vote taken from them. They don't want to lose their vote. They don't want to not have their vote counted. And I just found it to be a very inspirational day. Thank God, not as painful as it could have been. It was quite a painful day. Walking around like that is not something that I can do very easily anymore. But I found it to be a very inspiring kind of day. It may not seem like such a difficult thing that we did, and at the end of the day, it was not difficult. It's volunteer time. We have to give away a day to do it. But the importance of it is not lost on us, and it's not lost on the people that we spoke to. That's the important takeaway, I think, from this, is that we knew the people that we were speaking to know and understand the very deep importance of voting. And more than one of them are quite properly frightened. We heard that word over and over today. I'm frightened of where Pennsylvania could go. I'm frightened of where the country is going. We spoke to, again, small, believe me, I'm not saying anything derogatory. I'm trying to tell you who we were talking to today. Small-ish ladies in their mid to upper 80s who have been Democrats for decades. But even in their state, I mean, some of them are literally under 5 feet in their mid 80s who are afraid to speak to their neighbors because they will be attacked simply for being a member of the Democratic Party. And what this has done is has not discouraged them any further from voting, but actually made them understand has actually made them understand even more how important it is. And if they can do that, so can you. Now, I know that there are Republicans that listen to this program, and I'm very, very glad for that. I welcome them. I welcome anyone. Simply because we may not agree on things does not mean that you are not welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. To my Republican viewers and listeners, to my Republican friends, I may not agree about the how and the why, especially, of how you vote, but I beg you to vote just as much as anyone because it's your right. It's also your duty in a free, open, and small d democratic society. It's a civic duty, but it's also your right. So I may not agree with the way Republicans vote, but I beg you all to vote as much as I would beg any Democrat, any independent, any non-affiliated, any green, any democratic socialist, any libertarian. Vote. Dear God, vote. Because if your vote, one of the great myths that the right has tried to do to you, the collective you, for decades now, is to try to convince you that your vote doesn't matter. If your vote did not matter, then you would not have the billionaire class, the Republicans that they own, both in office and in the party structure, would not be and courts, by the way, and right-wing appointed judges all over this country trying to take that vote from you. If it didn't mean anything, they wouldn't have to work so hard to take it from you. And yet that's exactly what they are doing. So whatever part of the political spectrum you might come from, and again, if you vote Republican, I don't understand it. I sure as hell don't understand the why. But it's still your right to vote. My fellow Democrats, go vote. We cannot take this cycle off simply because the office of President of the United States is not on the ballot. Every election counts. Oh my God, I can't breathe through my nose anymore. And you can probably hear it. Every election counts. Every single one of them counts. Here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we have 2 elections every single year. Twice a year, every year. primaries and general elections. Next year in 2023, there'll be local county offices and judiciary offices. 2024, president, House, Senate, unit. I don't have to teach you I should not have to teach you elections. And every single one of them is important. Every damn one of them. Every last one of them. It's your right. By God, exercise it. And today, I was buoyed. My spirits were raised because we found people who are respectfully at the end of in the latter days of their lives. And they know that. Even the folks that we got to see who are in really good health, even they will quip and comment and giggle as like, hey, I'm in my upper 80s now. I know. So but they understand the importance of it, the depth of importance of going to vote. They asked us questions about their mail-in ballots and do they remember where to sign, how to put the one envelope inside the other envelope, and then the this and the that, and the drop boxes and mailboxes, and what about this? And so we may not have been the most efficient people today knocking doors, but we had very, very important conversations with our neighbors. It was something that I have encouraged you all to do at the end of each program, is to talk to your neighbors. Especially, I can make the argument, if they don't agree with you. It's when we get back to being able to do the simple things in a society. Help the neighbor bring in the garbage cans because they might blow away. You don't rake your leaves onto somebody else's property, but you help them bag together. Don't just shovel your side of the car park, you shovel theirs too. That kind of thing. And then you hope that they would do the same for you. These are the small little actions that, although some would say they're big actions, but these are the kind of actions that bind and build communities. Now, look, I'm not here to tell you that Kristen and I were out there building the pyramids today, but what we were doing was building and binding communities. It was party building. And if you're on the Republican side, you were probably doing the same thing. And by the way, we were sent, this lovely computer program sent us to some Republican houses. I think we missed the one. I think that was the one that wasn't home. But we will go to the Republican houses to which we are sent because we want to speak to them too. I want to hear what concerns them as well. And I will encourage them to vote because it's their right. Not because they don't agree with me, but because it's their right. And quite frankly, this growing, it's kind of always been there, but for some reason it seems to be growing lately. And I do think it's something that tends to grow closer to the end of an election cycle. Two parties are the same. There's no difference in them. Crap, there's no difference. Of course there is. Because we were out there trying to encourage people to vote today. And now how'd that happen? Because we were out there trying to encourage people to vote, and the other side is trying to take it from you. Now, somebody just tried to call into the program, and something hung up. Let's try this again. Hit the green button, Jeff, and then sometimes it works well. 570, first name, where are you calling from? And say hello to the world.
Well, Jeff, this is Chuck, and I'm calling from Central Pennsylvania.
Okay, warning everybody, this is trouble. This is going to be serious trouble. This is going to be, I'm going to hit the record button. This call will be forwarded on to the authorities with all due diligence, especially Interpol, because I do believe that Chuck is wanted in several Eastern European countries by the former Soviet secret police. Anyway, Chuck, please feel free, make your point. The airwaves are yours.
Jeff, what you were saying is something I tried to teach when I taught civics, and I try and tell people. We are not Democrats. We are not Republicans. We are Americans. And I'm older, okay? I'm in my late 60s. But there were times when, yes, there were ideologies that were sacred to each party. But they got together at a point and they've kind of said, we got to cut the crap out. We got to do for the good of the people. And there were times when what I've tried to teach my students was compromise is not a dirty word. You don't lose your masculinity by compromising. I think a lot of people on the Democrat as well as Republicans see politics now like a sporting event. We must win at all costs. And you want to look at them and go, really?
Well, I would say the media definitely does that, because as we enter debate season, and sadly debate season is very, very late this year, folks. Good luck going to C-SPAN and finding a debate. Debates have only just begun. 3 weeks before the end of the cycle, and now debates are only happening. One of the candidates that I am fortunate enough to be working with, his opponent won't debate him until 4 days before the end of the cycle because he's afraid of what's going to happen. That's the truth of it. But it is.
You watch them get on TV. Let's go over to Jeff here, our analyst. And if you seriously listen to the guy who's going on with the politics and the numbers over here, and if we take this red district and all that, all you'd have to do is take the picture of the United States out, put a football field in, you got the same damn thing. There's not a discussion saying, okay, this candidate said this. Is it possible? Let us look at it logically. Let's not look at it emotionally. I've said this about that wall, and I'm not picking on that man, but putting up a wall and making another country pay for it is not feasible. What were you going to do? Shut down Mexico? Build a wall in Canada and shut them down too? Put up signs and say you're closed? It's impractical. And as we found out, they can dig under the wall, and as that little girl did, I read in the report, put a ladder up. She climbed up over the wall. It didn't work for the Chinese. It didn't work with the wall in Berlin. It's a matter of not winning the point, but saying, okay, let's look at this logically. How is this going to happen?
Well, now I've said on this program quite a lot because I happen to have a little bird in your area of the world that tells me you listen occasionally. I don't know if you hear the program. I don't know if you listen to it. Those are two different things. He said facetiously, but that said, you can confirm for me both when you used to teach and as a person of a few more years than some of us. I have said on this program before that there was a time in this country, in our history, our collective American history, if you will, that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party always seemed to agree on where we wanted to end up. It was the how we got there that they might disagree.
And you'd never sat there and kept tally going, oh God, the Democrats got 3 and we only have 2. The idea was, yes, you have a philosophy, but again, compromise. You got to give on some things, and you have to think of what's down the road. Something, I hope your viewers don't kill me. I'm not pro-life, I'm not pro-choice. But when I look at that, when somebody says life begins with these 5 conditions, I remember that 7 years ago. Falwell, these are the 5 conditions. I thought to myself, if you miss any one of those, does that define death? And people go, oh, no, we're not talking about that. And recently in the time, there has been the question raised as, what are the conditions by which you can morally and legally pull the plug? It's no question is that simplistic that you can go, it's black and white. Very few, very few. Take a look at what's happening in Ukraine. Go over and bomb the crap out of that guy? Should we assassinate him? No. Well, I don't like the way our president, he's being wussy about it. Well, he's not only got this country to protect, but the rest of the world. And we have weapons today that are much stronger than they were in World War II. And you just can't have that vibrato. If I punch you in the face, Jeff, I know I'm going to get punched back or at least kicked.
Oh,
It
not in the
makes it-
not the condition that my body's in. No, I would say that's probably a really good chance that that's not going to happen.
People look at me and go,
And you wouldn't be the first that wanted to.
They say, you see this too simplistically. I said, look, technology's advanced. Man has it. He's still pushed forward by those same desires 100, 200, 300, 400 years ago. You look at the people now who are, I sometimes see talking in politics, and I look back to the ones prior to the 30s, and you kind of end up rubbing your forehead. It's just discussion. That's what I like about your show. Just discussion. Somebody says, well, you're a Democrat. No, I'm an American. I have some Republican views. I have some Democratic views. I got some of my own. There's nothing evil about that. You know, I'm not a football. I'm not all Penn State or all Pitt or any. You know, you got to talk, and you're going to have to compromise. There are a few questions. You know, but today I just sit sometimes and just put my hand over my eyes, and I really worry, you know, because some of these people who they vote for and they say I'm going to win.
Well, I would before I let you go, in the hopes that there will be additional callers, Chuck being yet another example that you could call the program and it doesn't hurt a bit, and you will survive this. You'll survive the experience, and dare I say, all the better for it. But calling doesn't hurt anyone. You can do this. It's pretty simple, folks. For as much as I beat you up as a collective audience each week to call the program, you can do this and it doesn't hurt a bit, I swear to God. But before I leave you to the remainder of your Sunday, in the hopes that someone else will fill in the phone line, Patricia mentions, I like this man from my neck of the woods. Mentions in our comment section. It's probably because she doesn't know you. I'm kidding, of course. It's probably she's just happy to have a fellow listener out there from her. It can feel lonely out in the hinterlands. I would say today, in addition to all of the other things that I told you about our door knocking today, folks, that we were knocking doors on one street in one housing development in these type of homes called twin homes or quad homes. It's a roughly square building that four homes, divided into four, and then there's four houses, and they look like single family homes from the outside, but they do share some walls. And knocking on, so if there were two of them back to back and the front doors were kind of on the opposite sides, how the person on the one side did not know that a person that they shared a wall with was a fellow Democrat. This is exactly why we need to have these conversations. And I don't say that to be mean or anything to the folks that we were knocking doors for and talking with, but I say it to try to emphasize the fact that we need to start talking to each other more. You're talking about people who share a wall, who did not know that each other. Well, look, I guess it's part of the whole, when crazy Uncle Larry sits down at the Thanksgiving Day table, you don't talk about religion and politics. Well, we have to. We don't solve political issues without talking about political issues. So these good seniors who share a wall with their neighbor and also didn't know their neighbor were also Democrats. They thought they were alone in this entire Saucon Valley. They didn't even know about, well, they learned about Kristen and us when we knocked on their door, but Anything else, Chuck, before I clear the line, sir?
Jeff, you and I know each other. We've discussed things. And I say this to all the people listening that I used to say to my students. You can disagree with what I say and the ideas that I hold. But I said, you don't have the right to shut me up. You've got to give me the respect to speak like you do. You have to have the respect that you are as adamant on your ideas as mine. And once you realize that, I think you transcend the we got to win. No.
Well, that's why I mentioned the debate season. Other than C-SPAN, let's think about back to the last presidential primary season when there were 20 plus Democrats running. Each debate was billed or advertised as some sort of sporting event. It's this one against this one, and it really was like a sporting event. Let's see which one stays on the stage. Let's see who lands the most devastating blow. Let's see who especially in the Democratic ones where there had to be 3 and 4 nights of them because there were too many people to put on the stage. Who makes the main stage? Who makes night 1? Who gets relegated to night 2? There's a football term for you folks. It was a sporting term. It was a sporting event. When it came down to the ex-president and the current president, who then debated once, and believe me, that was by intent. You can't tell me that Trump didn't act like a circus clown during his debate so that there weren't any more. It was Biden versus Trump. Well, what are they? They're not going to slug each other. They're not going to have a 3-point shooting contest. They're not going to have an NHL hockey style penalty shootout. It's a debate, for God's sake.
Well, you know
We
what
have
else
made these things sporting events. We have made them television events. How many debates now do you watch, folks? I can remember debates from my earlier days. They went for 2 straight hours. There wasn't a break. There wasn't a bathroom break. There wasn't a deep breath. They didn't take a drink. They didn't do nothing. No commercials. We now put commercials in debates. They're entertainment. They are not entertainment. They're information, for God's sake. They're information about being citizens, about being voters, about being residents, about taking care of the community and the country around you.
What makes me laugh about those debates is if you were to, like you said, sports, if you were to look at football, okay, we're coming off to, let's get a Super Bowl. You don't have them sitting down going, okay, now, during this game now, my side wants to make sure that you only pass 4% in the first half. And no running play should be restricted to something strictly on your side of the field. I don't expect the debate to be a fist fight, but it's actually a groomed discussion. I mean, the monitor, if he really jumps in independently, gets castigated later on. I want the hard questions. I want to see one of them sweat. Well, that takes back to my generation when they used to stand on the street corner and they'd be talking and somebody would go, "They're nothing but a damn crook." It's too groomed. And, in the tactics, do you know when Jeff says your time is up? Shut up.
Yep. I'm holding real strong to that, aren't I?
Well, no, I'd like you to, Jeff. I'd like to get this in and get this clear that while we were talking about guns, I do not wear a fancy white shirt. What's that got to do? You know me. I know you. I need a big stick. Because
Okay.
I'll let you go.
Thank you, sir.
Just let people listen to what the other side says. And if you compromise, you're not going to turn into a snowflake.
No, and remember, it doesn't mean. Think about what's being said here. It's about listening.
Right.
Simply because you listen. And I would say the same thing in the reverse. Yeah, Republicans, it's about listening. Listening to
And, you know,
listening to create, now I'm being a little sarcastic, but listening to crazy things like science and facts and
oh God,
history and hard data. Now, look, do I think I'm going to flip, if you will, every Republican if they just would listen to me? No, I don't. Do they think they're going to flip me? Sadly, yes, they think they do, or they think they are. That's not going to happen. But if we don't listen, not just hear it, listen to it. Hearing and listening are two different things to me. Listening is much more deep and intense, and it's how you retain things if you actually listen. I hear music in the background, but I don't identify with it.
and
As opposed to hearing the voices in my head, he said, wink, 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 ha ha ha. But we have to listen to each other. We will never rebuild the binds that tie this community together. And don't think that we're not a community. We are. We are a community.
yes, and the thing of the matter is, if you listen, yeah, I'm, you know, an ardent Republican is going to run to the Democratic side and the other way, but there will be points, and you lose nothing in being a Republican listening to that or accepting, where you say, this just might work, and then you work from that. I mean, let's put it: if the ardent Republicans and Democrats were on the Titanic, the ship would have sunk a lot faster.
Thank you, sir. It's the top of the hour after reset.
Yep, and go Pittsburgh. Yay, University of Pittsburgh. Sorry.
Well, after after what happened to Penn State yesterday, I shouldn't really say anything. Thank you, sir.
Bye bye.
That will put the phone line open 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. It is 6:01 Eastern Time here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for October 16, 2022. Just a hair over 3 weeks away from the end of the 2022 midterm congressional election cycle. If you have a mail-in ballot, please make a plan on how you are going to return it. If you plan to use the post office, I would get it in the mail this week. Mail-in ballots must be received. Now, this is for Pennsylvania. I do not know all of the rules and the laws in every other state and territory. I happen to know what's going on here in Pennsylvania, and even some people would argue that I don't know what's going on here either. But here's what has to happen here. Your mail-in ballot must be received by your county elections office by 8 p.m. Eastern Time on November 8th. So Tuesday is 3 weeks from then. If I was going to depend on the Postal Service to get my ballot to the county elections office, I would get it in the mail this week. If I found myself with 2 weeks or less to get that ballot, I would take it to a drop box. So please consider those words. That is my opinion. You may have more trust in your postal service, but as far as I'm concerned, why risk it? If you can get it in the post this week, you should be good. If you can't, and you get under the 2 week mark, I would deliver it to a post or to a drop box. Just my opinion and a public service message from the Kennedy Effect. 6:03 Eastern Time, wherever you might be on Facebook. Thank you for being there, every single one of you. The chat has actually been quite lively, and I will get to it in just a minute, I promise. I had two big things that I wanted to do, comment on this first hour, and the first hour has absolutely flown by. But for those of you in the chat, and any groups that you might belong to that you think this program would be an addition to, then I beg you to please pass us on, so to speak. Share us on. Please share us on. In your own timelines, groups, pages, friends, family, wherever it is. It's how we grow. It's how more people listen. And that's exactly what we want to happen. You are welcome here. And we want to spread that welcome to as many people as humanly possible. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe right now. And we actually had a new group join us this week. I need to look that up, and I will do that, and I will let you know who that new group is, because I just blanked. I just completely blanked on it. Yeah, that wasn't very good, was it? How did I do that? I completely blanked on what the group was. Oh God, that's embarrassing. But anyway, please share us on. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen to us on your laptop, your desktop, your tablet, your phone. You can Bluetooth us in the car to any Bluetooth speaker. And you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn radio app, and of course, TCP. Even though the morning show is not currently running or airing, the activity at TCP has not stopped. They're still covering important events, sharing important news stories, and they continue to be an extremely important voice in the news and daily information of the Commonwealth. So please check them out. And anywhere that you might be on the globe. 717, your first name and where you're calling from as you were screaming to, I believe, your daughter, please. You need to turn down the radio. There is a 15-second delay. We're going to keep doing this if you don't turn the radio off. Listen to me on the phone.
It's Gary Brown. How are you doing?
Hey, Gary, try to turn the radio down if you could, please.
Yes, I did. I want to say that
Welcome back to Gary, I should say. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here at the beautiful new 41st district in Lancaster East Hemphill area, and as you know, earlier on, I was a candidate and I went door to door. And you're absolutely right. It took me about 2 hours to get 16 signatures. It's because everybody wants to talk. I felt like I was,
and that's a good thing. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing that they want to talk.
It's good. I felt like I was like Barack Obama, and I was coming to everyone's emotional rescue. Except, I'm 6'3", 240, ex-linebacker, darker, more melanin than Obama. But people made me feel welcome. Felt great. In fact, a lot of people did not know the representation we had in my district. That felt great. That felt really great going door to door. And you're absolutely correct. Older demographics, I'm what they call a buppy. I went through the whole IT phase, Y2K, and Washington, D.C. working in IT. And that demographics were all like yuppies who, they understand technology. They get it. And so that was pretty successful. Really, really happy to hear. And the greatest concern was, I would have to say, was like you're saying, not knowing where the neighbor stood. And there was always it seemed to be like that one neighbor in the neighborhood who was a Trumpican bully, that everyone seemed to know and either not like. So I'm glad you talked about the canvassing part, which, by the way, in Northern Virginia, I did a lot of canvassing for about 12 years while helping other candidates there. And it was completely different demographics and more educated, I would say, in Northern Virginia, more diverse compared to here. But I'm glad you shared that early in the show. And one other thing is, we talk about communicating, Dr. Shapiro School of Communications, Telecommunications at University of Miami always said 98% of communicating is listening. So 98% of communicating is listening. So
And how do we
With that-
know where our neighbors, our friends, those that we wish were neighbors and friends still, those that we may not have the greatest relationship with, if you will, unfortunately, and I do mean that unfortunately, how do we know what their concerns are, what has led to this division, if we don't listen to them? I am as guilty of it as anyone, that I tend to get up ahead of steam and not always listen because I'm so overly concerned with making my point. And I'm as guilty as anybody. But if we do, and it's why I need to, why what Gary is saying is so vitally important, is that we need to, if we don't listen, how do we know what to address? How do we know how to connect? How do we know what issues, what policies, what troubles our neighbors and our friends? I have said this before. I know Gary has heard this, so I'll be repetitive to him, be risking repetitive to him. That one of the great lies that was ever perpetuated on the American people and the British people is when Margaret Thatcher, where this sort of idea seemed to germinate, if you will, no pun intended, and Mr. Reagan happened to grab hold of it and really seize it. This lie, this myth that we are not a community, that we are not one nation, but rather a group of individuals. And I got to tell you, I don't think anything could be further from the truth. We are a community. We absolutely are. We are a community. We are not just a group of rugged individuals. If my house catches on fire and you live next door to me and yours just might go up with it, that's community. When your property value goes down, mine probably does too. When your school, if I'm a senior citizen living alone with no children next door to a house with mom, dad, and 5 kids, or the stereotypical 2.4 children and a dog and a cat. And even though I don't have children in the school system, I pay my property taxes into that system because someone else who didn't have children when I did, when I was younger, they paid in. And now I pay in because good schools lend themselves and help create a sense of community. They lend themselves to property values, if you want to be very cold about it, but they lend themselves to a sense of community. They lend themselves to that sense of community, something that we all contribute in together to create the finest schools, the best opportunities for our children that we can. We are not a nation of solely rugged individuals. Of course, we have individualism. Gary might love hot dogs. I might hate them. He might be able to handle spicy foods. I can't. He likes different. He likes different music from me. Well, a vegan hot dog. He likes different music from me, and all of that is fine. That's the kind of individualism that makes a country great. But at the end of the day, if we live Well, we don't even have to be neighbors, but what happens to me affects him. There's $100 billion hurricane repair, relief, rebuilding that's going to happen on the Florida Peninsula. That's $100 billion, most of which will end up coming from the federal government. That's $100 billion that now can't get spent on 100 other things, 1,000 other things, 10 other things. Because we're all in this together, because we're all Americans. So we are not just this group of rugged individualists. We're communities. And listening means rebuilding those ties. Rebuilding them. Because they've been broken. And it hasn't always been this way in this country. It hasn't. Don't let anybody tell you that it has been. It has not always been this way. And it does not have to be this way. Go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
Okay, I remember years ago going through crisis intervention training with the American Red Cross, and one of the instructors, he said, you know, you can take an empty can and rattle it and nothing happens. But if you take an empty can, you put 2 dimes in it, it will make a lot of noise. And so every time I hear a trumpekin rattling off, just talking, and I'm listening to what they're saying, I can hear the hurt in their rattle. I can hear the fear in their rattle. And so because of my crisis intervention training, I know my form of communication must be just listen. And then I can pull out the pain that the person's going, why they have fear. Maybe they're a first generation money family and they're afraid of losing it all. They'll tell you, they'll eventually tell you. And then to me, it's like patience and compassion. You just show them that and you go, wow. And a lot of people don't have that patience.
I want to build on that if I wouldn't mind, Gary, and I might let you talk while I quite literally run away from the camera, because if I don't find some nasal spray, I'm not going to be able to breathe really soon. I'm sure everybody can hear it. I want to build on something that you're saying. You mentioned in one of your comments that when you're knocking doors and talking to that person at the door, that it can be like a therapy session for both of you. I couldn't agree more, especially after today. We probably had a half a dozen folks tell us today, we're just happy to talk to someone. We haven't seen anybody. As if they're, seniors have to be a little more conscious of their health. And certainly we are not in the depths of the pandemic that we were in, even though 500 people a day on average across the country are still dying from COVID. We are clearly not in the deepest troughs of the pandemic that we were in. We are obviously in much better condition than we used to be. But as a senior, you still have to be conscious of that. And you're still afraid, and some are still afraid of it. They don't want to catch it. And I get that. So we had probably a half a dozen different people today tell us it's just nice to talk to somebody. It's nice to have someone else to talk and to talk about these particular things. Oh, I can't talk to my neighbor. They're Trumpers. They've already threatened us. Or they're just happy to have someone to talk to of like mind. My God, what has happened to us that we can only talk to people of like mind? Would you care to expound on that or share your thoughts about it?
Well, yeah, I did have quite a few seniors. In fact, I found that every single Democrat I met with, I shared my experiences with COVID. My mother died a day before Mother's Day from COVID in a senior living facility here in Easton, Pennsylvania, the Garden for Memory Care. And so, yeah, they are scared. But I found that every single one of them were vaccinated, and so we talked about that. The joy of just being able to congregate. Some people had left their church, and for obvious reasons, the church is becoming politically involved with, going the opposite direction.
Illegally
there's a
so.
lot.
Illegally so in a lot of cases, but yeah, enforcement.
Yeah, yeah.
Enforcement. We're starting to find out that enforcement is 9/10 of the law. Political, churches being political
Yeah.
used to be frowned upon, used to be flat out illegal. But
Yeah,
enforcement is
exactly. And
9/10
one of
of
the
the
things
law.
I share with some of these people is that one of my jobs in procurement for the state of Maryland's contract for IT, for Y2K, was actually being able to certify these organizations so that they can get federal funding. And so when we talking about churches being illegal, I go, well, here's what you can do for
Right.
that organization that's supposed to be nonprofit. Because personally, I believe all churches should pay a flat 5% tax. That would cure a lot of our problems. Churches aren't what they used to be. They used to care for the
No.
community. It was the village place,
Right.
So, so that's, I would share, I share a little bit. Yes, it's sort of like you prepare this 30-second testimony, or you want to call it a mission statement. I have 3 different types: one emotional, one personally emotional, one business, and the other being, the political, and what we have done as Democrats. And like you may have found today, you're talking about horticulture, gardening, and your organic garden. You found
Yeah.
yourself just
No,
being
honestly, I'm not
done.
kidding. Yeah, we really were. And believe me, I was quite happy about it. I thought it was neat. I
Yeah.
mean, we
Yeah.
went there to knock a door to say, do you have a plan to vote? Do you need help with voting? Here's a sample ballot. And then you stay for half an hour and you discuss gardening and furniture and mortgages and the differences between their HOA and our HOA and different types of cars. I mean, just all this different stuff. And
Mhm.
it really can be it can really lift the spirits, to be perfectly honest. It really can.
Yeah.
Now, I'm
But
sure
also,
if I do this more
Okay.
this week, and we are supposed to, and I get the first nutter, and I'm going to get one, I might have a completely different opinion by next week, but I hope
Mhm.
not. I really hope not. But, that's part of the territory too. And,
Mhm.
I didn't mean to jump on you, Gary, but yeah, it is.
No,
It can
I've
be
had that
really
guy bite his
uplifting. It
tongue.
really can. It's a binding experience. It's how we rebuild things.
Yeah, let me share this. I was out at the a little local park here, and grandmother, she was wearing a Maserati pin, and I noticed the body language of her daughter and their grandkids. They kept away from her, and I can tell this lady was so proud to be wearing this pin, and so she started talking to me, and I said, "Wow, you support Maserati?" I said, "Why?" And she starts going into, "We're Christian, pro-life, blah blah blah." And I said, "Well, I'm a Christian too. Where in the Bible does it say talk about abortion? And what about your own sin?" And so her and I talked, but after we were done, after we communicated and talked with each other, I discovered she had 6 kids, and that only one of those kids was a Republican. And my mission was accomplished. I discovered that 2 of her kids would be canceling out her and her husband's vote. And I felt great. I felt good to know that, okay. And one other thing was that we were talking about Medicare and everything. She said, "Well, I trust in God. I don't believe in God." She said, "The doctor tells me I have Parkinson's and I can clearly see that she has sclerosis and whatnot. She's doing nothing about it." And so I asked her, I said, "How does that weigh on your children and your grandchildren? How does it affect them knowing that?" I said, "I had to care for my mother for a lot of years. It was not because she medically neglected herself. She had a condition. She had dementia. And that made her think, so hopefully she'll do what's right to take care of herself. But
Right.
fear drives that, it's probably why
Yeah.
she's not doing. But that's the mindset of the person who says that they'll vote for Mastriano. And she says she doesn't read newspapers. She doesn't read, but that was enough to let me know who these people are. Well, I already sort of knew. I have a person living
How
right
much-
next door to me who's
Let me
works
ask
for
you a
the guy.
question. How much have you found? And I fear with this question a tiny bit. I'm trepidatious about this question to a tiny bit because it does tend to paint in a little more of a broad stroke, and which I don't generally speaking like to do. But let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
How many times do you find when you were a candidate or as you continue to have these conversations on behalf of the party, that that set of circumstances are linked? The fear, which is also connected to, I don't follow the news, which might also be connected to, or all three together or separately, I'm a Fox watcher. It seems to me that the fear drives, it's almost like a recycling symbol. The fear either drives you to Fox or Fox drives the fear in you, or the lack of any sort of news and information drives the fear in you because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to say.
Do you think I'm in the ballpark
coming-
on any of that,
well,
or no?
Well, let me just say, I came here from Northern Virginia. Okay,
Mhm.
I got it. I'm sorry. Some of the smartest people are from around the world in Northern Virginia, and both parties. Okay, I lived amongst lobbyists. I lived next to 2 doors down from Pam Fulton, who was Senator Packwood's person, and I got to know James Carville. I mean, I've been in the White House and watched live from the Beacon Theater with President Bill Clinton. I mean, some smart people. Okay. When I moved here up above the Mason-Dixon line, and I listened to these people, you talk about fear, uneducated, unfortunately. And that seems to drive most of the ignorance. It's really, really scary and sad that really it's a problem. They watch Fox News. Now, for years here, as a health coach, I worked with cash out life insurance policy people who have money during it was like during the when we had a recession in 2008 and 9, where that demographics of wealth and conservative people were my bread and butter. But at the core of it, of those people who may have been first generation money, or most of them were first generation money, they feared someone like the sky falling, and that was like what they was preached on Fox News, like especially when Obama was president. It's like, oh my God, the world is going to come to an end. They live by fears. Really, it kills a lot. It can kill you, you know. But that ignorance, it was so bizarre for me to see that there's so much of it in certain pockets of our country. You know, does that make sense? I mean, I don't want to.
It does, and that's what, and
I don't
that's
mean to invent anyone, but it's a huge problem.
no, and I
friends say to me, like, wow, if you listen closely, they are some of these people are the Adderall demographics. Yeah, quick to take the pill to keep them going fast, but they listen to nothing whatsoever, and it will kick their ass. Sorry to say that.
it's a new one. I've not heard that one. You need to type that one out and send it to me. I might make a meme out of it. That's pretty funny. I mean, not funny, but like, you know what I mean? Not like haha funny,
Mhm.
but funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new one on me. I gotta, that's a good one. Thank you for that one.
And people, and I'm a black man, the one who says to me, "You're so very articulate." Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I grew up in Coral Gables, Florida, Miami, Florida, in '72. My father built our house on the other side of the track because when he was able to raise the money to build his house alone, a World War II veteran who did not get a GI Bill, he was able to build his own house in '72, pay for it himself. We grew up in what was called White Town, Coral Gables, from the age 8 on, if you know that area. And so moving up to Washington, D.C., being amongst people who are just so, really sharp people. And then moving here to have someone say in 2022, you're so articulate. It's like, I don't even see it I just see their ignorance is like so wild and bizarre. It's like a step back in 1922 for these folks. Yeah.
Well, you've heard me
Exactly.
say on this program before that it's become a bit of a sadly, it's become a bit of a funny kind of throwaway line, but it's not funny
That's not at all.
that the Republican Party wants to take us back to the 50s. I agree, but it's not the 50s that you're all thinking of. It's the 1850s. And we need to know that. We need to be aware of that. It's not the 1950s, it's the 1850s. That's where they want to take us back to. It is a pre-Civil War Gilded Age. Before we got into these fancy things like unions and collectives, and
Right.
it's a whole different world that they want to take us back to. And it's exactly why, by the way, that we do have to talk to each other and listen to each other. We desperately need to listen to what these folks are talking about, because it
Yeah.
is literally the future of the union, if there is to be one. And
Right.
that, by the way,
I'll make
that
one
future.
last comment before I leave. One last comment. I'll let
Yes.
you go to your next. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Very important.
Tina's getting herself together. I can see it.
As-
Go ahead.
As a little boy growing up in Miami, Florida, Coral Gables, Florida, we would travel to the Bahamas, Eleuthera, Bahamas, and also Nassau to visit family in the summertime. My dad had passes with Eastern Airlines, and so okay.
Oh.
And as a very young boy, I could see the Americans visiting the islands of the Bahamas, especially Nassau. And it was the Americans, the way they treated my cousins and the help. It was like stepping back in the 1920s, the way I darn near formed a coup in the kitchen of one of these plantation homes, because I was telling these people, these blacks who work there, that, hey, you're making 75 cents here, you come to America, you make $3.75,
Yeah.
So I noticed that at a very young age, 10, 12 years old, that, throwback.
Yeah.
So Trump wants to take us back to that throwback time when my uncles are wearing all white jumpsuits on the golf course and
Not
you
just
know,
not just him though.
no,
It's the whole structure.
not just him.
It's not just him.
Exactly,
He's not the
exactly.
only one that wants to do it. Gary, thank
Yeah.
you for calling.
Thank you.
And listen, please know, as much as I'm sure you hear me tell Randall every week, and every single one of you, we could not be here if you all are not there. You have called now. I think this is either second or third, and you've lived to tell about it. Please tell everybody. If I could do 4 hours of callers, I would do it. So please continue to listen. Please continue to watch, or however it is that you best take in the program. And thank you for being part of it. Thank you for calling me. And I'm very grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me share.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and stay tuned.
Go blue shall overcome.
Let's hope so. 6:33 Eastern Time here on the Kennedy Effect. We are live with you for the 16th of October, 2022. Our guest is early, so reset time here on the program, wherever you might be across the Facebook universe. Now, I myself personally shared to 105 different places. I do not know how many other shares have taken place, but please feel free. Put it on your own thread, a group that you might be in, a page, friends, family, whoever it might be, crazy Uncle Larry at Thanksgiving who needs to hear some truth. Please share the program wherever you might be, but wherever you might be listening right now, into any of the places where it has been shared, you can stay there and continue to enjoy the program. If you want to take part in the comments and questions that we are going through, and now if you want to share any of your comments or questions to and with our guest, please come on over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. It's called That Other Side of Information. You can enter your comments and questions. I will find after the program is over comments and questions from names that I do not see on the iPad in front of me during the program, and I find out that folks have entered their comments and questions in some of the other groups to which we share the program. And I always feel bad because I don't want those people to feel like I didn't answer their question, or I didn't see it, or I didn't see it, but that I was ignoring them somehow or didn't want to answer them. I don't see them. If you are listening, watching on the Our Revolution Pennsylvania page, if you are on the Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, the Mahoning Valley Happenings page, any one of the pages that we send to, I don't see that. It doesn't work that way. I only see where you are on our homepage, That Other Side of Information. And if I do see a question in one of these other groups after the show is over, I do tend to go back and try and answer it even after the fact. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen on any kind of device, and you can also tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, Apple App Store for the Hot101.net, Google Play Store, and you can find us on the TuneIn radio app. Just go to the search bar, type in Hot101.net. And TCP, the Culture Professional, find us on their Facebook page and Roku channel. I will leave the phone number on the screen, but we are now going to dedicate time here in the program to our guest, a returning guest and returning champion, returning member of a family, and that is Tina Burns. Tina is the Democratic nominee for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the mighty 124th District. Tina, welcome back to the program. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me back. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you coming back. Please remind everybody, who is Tina Burns and how did you get here?
Tina Burns, running for the 124th House Rep seat that encompasses a portion of Schuylkill County from Tamaqua into the Berks County area, and it also includes Berks from Hamburg up to Upper Topahawken, including Maxitani, Kutztown area. So rather rural and large area. How I got here? Well, I think it was by accident, to tell the truth. I heard that Jerry Knowles, the incumbent, was finally retiring, and there was no one running in our district, and I just didn't feel right letting that go. So I decided to run, and not so much because Jerry was retiring, but more so because we need representation. The world's gone mad a bit out past my doors, and I am a single parent. I'm a grandparent, and I just was to the point where something needs to be done, because the four representatives, there's only been four representatives in this seat for the past 50 years, all male Republicans, and the area hasn't really changed much. So we, the people in the area, haven't gotten a whole lot of help. The fossil fuel industry has gotten a great amount of help. They get a lot of surplus from our state and this area. So it's time to tax them and give it back, Robin Hood effect. Take from those wealthy, non-paying fossil fuel companies and give back to the people in our areas, because they genuinely deserve and need the relief.
Let me ask you a pretty basic question that you mentioned in your introduction, if you will.
Okay.
You didn't want to see a non-competitive seat, a non-competitive election. How important do you think that is? Just generally to the democratic, the small d democratic health of the country, of the Commonwealth, of your district. How important is that? We've become, I think Pennsylvania especially, I've only lived in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Uncontested races in New Jersey are kind of an exception. It seems there are more of them here in the Commonwealth. So how important is it? Why did you think it was important not to have an uncontested race?
Because many of the doors I've knocked, and myself in general, just several years ago, I thought, oh my God, because I spent some time in New Jersey, by the way, as well. I'm like the only Democrat on my street, or like, oh my, really? What's going on here? And come to find out, I am not the only Democrat. There are many on my street. So the importance of running in these seats that normally don't have a Democrat running in them is huge, because we need to let others know, hey, you're not alone. You need to get out and vote, and make an impression that we're, just because we've been a red area for 50 years does not mean that's the majority of the people within that area. There's also a large number of people that are not registered as voters. So I think getting out as a Democrat in a relatively red registered area is extremely important, to let people know, hey, not all is lost. Go register to vote, because you can make a difference in a red area, because there are Democrats willing to step up and fight a good fight, if nothing else, to let them know they are not the majority and there are others out there.
How important do you think that is? I mean, maybe hopefully I'm not asking you the same question twice. It's certainly not my intention, but how important do you think that is? Some of these areas inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and really every state has them, that are so, from our point of view, from the big D Democratic point of view, they are so dead red that we have written them off, that we don't make efforts there anymore, that the good Democrats that are there, and there are Democratic committees in Schuylkill County. It is a damn red county, but there are Democratic committees there. There are Democratic voters. There are active Democratic people who knock doors, constantly try to have communications, as we've been talking about pretty much in the program before your arrival, about having those conversations, trying to build those bridges, trying to talk to their friends, neighbors, build community. How important is it to them, do you think, even to you, not just you as the candidate, but you as a member of the party, to say, we are here, we do exist, we are not just kind of writing off this county and this territory and the people in it to a certain set of policy ideas and ideals. There is an alternative. How important is that?
I think it's extremely important, because not everyone is closed-minded and set in being, red per se. So the more we can get our message out, the better we are, because the more people will start to listen. Whether they're independents that generally vote red, or even Republicans that may be tired of the radical right. It's important to have a message out there and give people options, because there are always people willing to entertain another thought or another idea. And especially in a lower social economical area, it kind of blows my mind how some of these areas have a red stronghold, when they're the areas that need the most help that Democrats would provide. So that's even when my my degree in psychology, that one has escaped me to this point. So absolutely got to get the message out, because if it doesn't get out, people won't hear it, they won't know it, and it'll remain stagnant forever, really.
How have you been received in this era of such deep division, and where it seems to be that our first reaction, I shouldn't say our in this case, I do try to be as inclusive as humanly possible. This is a uniquely, this is a pretty distinct reaction, but in such a red area, as you continue to campaign, see people out at public events, you know, shake hands, kiss babies, cut ribbons, that kind of fancy, you know, that kind of thing, from the old days there, so to speak. But, you know, in an era where you are literally a target, there are crosshairs on you simply because you are a member of the Democratic Party. How have you been received as you've been out on the campaign trail? Has it been nicer than I imagined? Has it been worse? Has it been everything that all the horror stories that we see from around the country? Tell me how it's been for you so far.
It's not really been, it hasn't been that terrible, honestly. There are the exceptions to every rule. So when we're at larger events, you'll have the person, you know, yelling obscenities at you, or your booth, the Democratic booth as a whole. But for the most part, we have gotten a really positive reception. I haven't had too many doors slammed in my face that have been open. Now, when you're door knocking, not many doors get open.
True.
But those that do come to the door are very appreciative about us, you know, being out there knocking doors and saying, hey, we're here. We want to, you know, run and get our seat back and take care of we the people. So I've been pleasantly surprised that the reception has been so open-minded, and I mean, don't condemn me, but I shop at Walmart just because it's right up the hill. But I've had people actually stop me in Walmart and ask if I was Tina Burns, and I, you know, it's kind of like, oh God, I don't know, am I? It depends.
I'll get back to you on that. Tell me what your question is, and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah. But no, they have come up to me thanking me for running, and you know, thanking me for stepping up. So it's been really great to see the reception, minus the, you know, the few bad eggs, if you will.
I've been fortunate enough to work with a few candidates here. You know, a couple of them during this cycle, and I've been actually a bit uplifted, refreshed, I guess, if you will, that some of the folks that have come up to them in their outings have said, I'm a Republican. I vote Republican. I believe Republican. I probably at the end of the day will not vote for you, but thank you for being here. Thank you for talking to us. You have given me something to think about. We have spent a great deal at the beginning of the program. I have to say, I was a little panicked. Most people who think I can talk and never shut up, never take a breath, you are wrong somewhat. I was worried how I was going to fill the first 2 hours of the program. Tina made it early. That made it a little easier. And we did tend to spend most of the beginning of the program. I was telling the folks about a canvassing experience that Kristen and I had today, and just how wonderful of an experience it was. And we were at one house for an hour. I mean, we only knocked 13 doors in 3 hours. We were not efficient, but every single one of those conversations were important and meaningful, and we connected with these folks. I will grant you they were Democratic doors. That made it a little bit easier, but these conversations we were invited into someone's house. I mean, these were important conversations. So what, again, at the fear of asking the same question over again, what kind of response have you gotten? Even have you seen any of those type of Republicans to say, look, I'm probably not going to vote for you, but nice of you to be here. Because I'm sure you're seeing people who couldn't have identified the well, you said the incumbent isn't running again, but they probably couldn't have picked him out of a lineup if they had to. So what about that aspect of it? Just the campaigning part of it, that wow, a person running for office is actually sitting here in front of me talking to me
Mhm.
because they think I deserve to be spoken with. How about that aspect of it?
I've actually had some great conversations with Republicans, and I've had some come up to me at public events stating, "Hey, I'm a Republican, and you can count on my vote." So those are like, okay, wow, this is great. And women women have been out in full force. They want their rights, whether they're independents or Republicans. They want their rights. So they have been very forthcoming in their ideas that yes, I'm going to vote for you. I'm a Republican, but you have my vote, simply because that is their key issue, and they want someone that's going to stand up and protect their reproductive rights. I've had other instances where the Republicans have said, you're not getting my vote, but I'm not voting. So that worked for me too.
It does work. I mean, to be honest, yes, it does.
Yes,
Let's just
that's
be honest about
okay.
it. Yeah, it does work. Um, this might seem like a silly question, but I mean it sincerely. You mentioned women and the heightened, uh, just the heightened everything of women in this cycle. The depth to which they pay attention to the news, women who've probably gone out and protested the Dobbs decision, which the Dobbs decision, by the way, folks, is the case that removed reproductive rights from 54% of the population. Heaven forbid what the majority wants anymore in this country. We do have minority rule. But you mentioned women and their new heightened. Do you think even women, and again, it's going to sound like more of a sarcastic question than I mean it. Even with the heightened attention that women are giving this cycle, do you think they fully understand the depths to which the Dobbs decision affects them, the seriousness of this decision, the unprecedented nature of this decision?
Yeah, some yes, others no, and then the far right and the far left, they get it. And so we're pushing those two extremes are pushing against one another. Those in the middle, I'm going to just roughly, don't quote, but I would say about 50% of those in the middle that aren't on a far end, they're like, yeah, they know it has significance, but I'm not too sure they understand the full impact, that it's not only about reproductive rights, or it's, I'll rephrase that. It's not only about abortion, it's about reproductive rights on the whole scale. So some get it, but I do not believe that everyone, at least from a female perspective, that they all get it, which is a shame, because honestly, every female should be out in full force come voting day, because it's a healthcare issue. It's not about abortion. It's about your right to take care of your own healthcare decisions.
Yeah, I would say it's even beyond that. It's a completely personal liberty point of view. I mean, where does this end? I know that the where does this end argument is not always one that is embraced even by folks on our end of the political spectrum, but that it is the truth of it. Where does it stop? What is next? Okay, women no longer have reproductive health autonomy over their own bodies. What is next? Is it, if you want to have cosmetic surgery? Well, no, that's the way God made you. So then that's the end of that. If a man wants to have a vasectomy, and not enough of us are, folks, because one immaculate conception that I recall in the good book, If Tina gets pregnant, it didn't happen by a miracle. Someone helped. They're responsible too. Where does it cut? Is it, you've seen Clarence Thomas talk about revisiting the decisions about access to birth control. Of course, isn't it convenient that he didn't want to talk about interracial marriage because he's in one, but his colleagues are happy to have that revisited. What is next? Do women understand? The Dobbs decision is the first Supreme Court decision in history that removes rights from individuals. We have had some pretty tone deaf Supreme Court decisions in the history of this country that upheld the ideal that a certain percentage did not have rights. There are several slavery cases that upheld slavery, in which case those slaves did not have rights to be taken away. They simply upheld the fact that they didn't have the rights. This is really the first time that rights have been taken away. Do they really understand how bad this is and what this could lead to, this Republican Supreme Court? And to add to that question, do they also understand this is a political problem? Politics got us into this position, and only politics is going to get us out of it.
Absolutely.
Your thoughts?
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that very, very long question.
1,000%. It won't just stop here. More importantly, extending the reproductive rights issue. They're taking away a right. This is just one of the many rights that they want to take away. I mean, we have someone running for governor that freely said, okay, well, when I'm governor, the votes will be what I say they are going to be, or that, something to that effect. So what's to say they don't take away not just females' rights, but anyone's right to vote? It can just, or same-sex marriage, I would hypothesize that's really near the top of their list of rights they want to also attack and take away. It will, this is just the beginning, it's not the end of the rights that they want to take. So the more candidates that we can get in office that uphold the beliefs in our democracy, the better off we will all be.
And I would say at every single level too. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely.
That said, let me ask you a civics question.
Oh, goodness.
Do folks understand that as you running for not simply, you understand what I'm going to say, probably. That's probably not the best choice of words, but running for one Pennsylvania State House district, while you hope to be one of many, you are not going to change the makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court. That's simply not in your jurisdiction, but you can, within the boundaries of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, help protect and codify women's rights. Because really what the Dobbs decision does is it puts everything back on the states. Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina has proposed a national abortion ban. It is sadly gaining strength rather than losing it. But that said, as one state rep, you can, along with others, help codify and protect those rights inside Pennsylvania, but you're not going to get rid of Justice Thomas. Do folks understand the difference, kind of the civics difference between that?
I don't, I don't fully believe that they do, and simply because it's not really, politics were not the thing for many until the world started catching on fire here. So, and even myself, I honestly, probably it's only been the past 10 to 15 years that I started paying attention to politics to some degree. So that's another important reason, going back to your first question on, is it important to run? Yes, it is, because getting out there, even if a candidate that runs is not successful, they're still out there beating the pavements and getting across why it's important for candidates to run and why it's important to become involved in politics. So it's from a civic standpoint, no, I don't believe everyone understands. When I'm speaking to smaller groups or when I'm having one-on-one conversations with people, I do emphasize that, you know, I want to get in this seat and I want to solve the problems of our district. However, I have restrictions because of the way the Commonwealth Constitution is set up. If Democrats are not able to take control of at least one of the chambers, we're kind of stuck at a stalemate because of the way our Commonwealth is designed.
Mhm.
Even when Josh Shapiro wins, and Fetterman, that's great. We need those roles filled. However, they're at a stalemate then because currently Republicans hold the majority in both houses. So they have the control as to what gets put up for a vote and what bills get through the vetting process to actually become moved on to the chamber. So I want to do great things for the area, but I can only do them if we win more seats. We need a majority in some of the lower in the chambers of Pennsylvania.
And while on some rare occasions, some bipartisan legislation does find its way through the legislature, democratically proposed legislation almost never even gets a hearing. It never goes anywhere because the Republicans are the majority. They are the chairs of all of the different committees. They don't even represent, or I should say represent, they won't even bring these pieces of legislation to a hearing. The majority leader in both chambers will simply never even assign the bills. They get an initial reading on the floor, they get assigned a number, and that's pretty much where it stops. That's the end of it. We do get a rare piece of bipartisan common sense legislation, and God bless them for it. But generally speaking, if it's a Democratic, a big D Democratic priority, it goes nowhere. It doesn't get a hearing. It doesn't get committee hearings. It gets nothing. And that's why you being one of many, the flipping the legislature in Pennsylvania to you, is it impossible? Is it close? What is your sense as you talk to other candidates around the Commonwealth, the candidates that are border districts to yours, as you campaign together, the Senate candidates that you campaign with? What are you, state Senate candidates that you campaign with? What's your feeling about Democratic Party chances, Democratic candidate chances generally throughout the Commonwealth in this cycle?
I am hopeful from what I'm hearing from those around me, and just seeing how people are reacting to my campaign, and I have been out with a couple other candidates in their areas, like some of those that border me in Berks, and there truly is an energized base. Now, what I'm hoping is that now is the time. If we are ever going to pull off getting that majority back, I believe now is it with what's on the ballot. I mean, honestly, and the Republicans will say, oh, we're just making this up. There's nothing. The democracy is safe. It's all us. But honestly, our democracy is at stake. It is, period. Reproductive rights, our democracy. We are at a point in time where we need to figure out, if you are for democracy, get to the polls and vote blue. And if you're not, well, don't complain when we become taken over by a dictator.
The Confederacy.
Yes.
Part of the old Confederacy. 7:03 Eastern Time here on the Kennedy Effect, live with you for October 16, 2022. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, continue to stay there. Feel free to stay where you are. If you do have questions or comments that you want me to see in real time, please come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. And as we are 2 hours into the program now, entering our third, please remember, please keep in mind, after the program is over, and after George does his magic, his IT computer magic, and transfers the format of the video from Facebook to YouTube, you can find this program on our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. Does that sound familiar? Yes, it is. That's because the Facebook group and the YouTube channel are both named the same thing, That Other Side of Information. In fact, if you go to the Google machine or DuckDuckGo, if you don't want to be traced, and just type in That Other Side of Information, you will find us pretty much everywhere, find all of our social media. And of course, Tina gets a free copy of the show because she's on it. Guests always get a free copy. We send those. They're all free. I'm kidding. They're all free. But it's the guests that we actually email them to or make sure that we send them to in some format. The rest of you have to go find it, darn it. Our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. Hot101.net, our name is our address. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. As I mentioned at the top of the program, please, whatever your style of music might be, check out the DJs at hot101.net every single evening, 7 days a week, other than this evening, which is the talk evening, 6 days a week, I guess I should say. They really are artists, and you really should check it out. It is really something to behold, and they're really good guys too. I can't always show you the text thread that we all have together because it isn't always family friendly, to be honest, because we do make jokes and sometimes we drop a little colorful language, but these are good guys and gals, and they're talented, and you need to check them out. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app, any kind of device, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth headsets, in your car, and tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster, PA. We are on their Roku channel and their global internet radio, WTCP. Check them out. An extremely important local voice. Tina Burns is our guest, PA, Democratic PA State Rep candidate for the 124th District. Tina, for those of our listeners around the country and around the globe who are not familiar with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you mentioned that the district is largely centered in Schuylkill County. Play geography teacher for us for a little bit, if you will, and tell us about the 124th District. Where is it? What does it look like? What was it? What is it now? Most places in Pennsylvania used to be something else, and they kind of aren't anymore. Bethlehem used to be a steel town, and now it's not. Tell us about the 124th.
Schuylkill used to actually the Tamaqua, where I live, which is the eastern portion of Schuylkill County, used to be known for railroads. All four of the main railroads came through there. Everyone thinks this area as coal, which, yes, we have our fair share of anthracite coal pockets, but it developed largely because it was a central hub for all of the major railways. We still have some, I think the Reading Railway still travels daily through the town and blocks up traffic but turns into a mess. But yes, we predominantly have been we've been manufacturing in this area. I would say roughly about 50% is agriculture, farmland. It's very mountainous. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in this area as well. And right now we have a plethora of distribution centers coming in, and not only into this area. 81 is a main route in this region, so a lot of them are going up there, like Hershey, Amazon, Who the heck else is up there? Ashley Furniture has a big distribution center. So more and more are coming into this area for distribution purposes because it's close to airports and close to major highways. The Berks County is section of 124 is also very rural. There's still some remaining Amish and Mennonite farmers out in that area, still riding their horses on the streets, which is I find really refreshing personally. But again, they're getting squeezed out by these mega warehouses right now. There's been some disputes over how they move in and then they worry about the infrastructure after the fact, which is choking everything in the areas, not to mention the depletion of their water and the impact on the environment from the noise to the overusage of the roadways with big trucks.
And water runoff,
Yes.
which might sound like a very, very simple thing, but you know, the way, again, we talked before you arrived a lot about how this is a community. One of the great lies that the Reagan era gave to us is that we are not a community. We're a group of rugged individuals. Well, if the person next door to me builds their house wrong, then all of their water ends up in my basement. You're damn right we're a community. And these mega warehouses, as you are probably aware, you know, the Lehigh Valley is absolutely drowning in them, no pun intended. If there's an open spot of land, somebody wants to build a warehouse on it somewhere in this valley. But if they might build their buildings above so that the water runs away, but where is it going? And what's in it?
Yes.
Tell me about, is there fracking in your district?
There's a in portions of Schuylkill there is, but there's not a huge amount of fracking in this area. But that's because they're too busy still strip mining all of the anthracite mines. So they haven't gotten there yet. Give them a
So
chance.
there is still active coal mining in your district. And where is that coal going?
Well, you know, the fossil fuel industry wants to dig more, make more, drill more, because they want us dependent. They want us to be energy dependent, keeping our resources in-house. Ironically, though, all of the coal that is being dredged out of our mountains mostly ends up in China. And the Republicans claim, oh, bad China. But they continue to move their businesses to China. They continue to move our coal to China. And I'm not quite sure what their thought process is for doing that. But yeah, we could be energy efficient, or I mean dependent rather, if we kept everything here in the United States. But that's not what the fossil fuel industry chooses to do.
Well, shipping it overseas helps prop up the price here.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
it lowers supply. Interesting to know, folks, for those of our listeners here inside the Commonwealth. The last time I did a Google machine search on this very, very simple topic, I was given back these numbers, the number of, or for those of you who might believe inside Pennsylvania or outside or anywhere in the world that a green economy, greening the economy cannot be economically prosperous. There's still about 25,000 fossil fuel related jobs here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. There are 100,000 green jobs. Don't tell me that changing over this economy from dirt and death and poison to a sun, a really efficient fusion generator about 94 million miles from here is not 74 million. Oh, now I'm gonna have to look that up. It's either 74 million or 94 million miles away. A fusion generator who generates that which generates all the energy that this planet uses in a day, every hour. It's right there. We can do this and still have good union jobs and prosperous, once again, rebuild the middle class. Do you have pipelines running through the district? I would assume that you do.
I couldn't give you the exact locations, but yes, they're in the vicinity, if you would.
So you mentioned there's still agriculture in the district. How are those two competing interests getting along? Or and then if you want to sprinkle the mega warehouses then on top of it, how are those competing interests getting along, or are they not getting along? Are the farmers losing?
The farmers are absolutely losing out on the deal because they're getting pushed out, and the problem is the people left there are who suffer, because the farmers at some point, they're in a, like, they want to remain farmers, but they're getting such huge offers for their property for these mega warehouses that, you know, it gets to a point where they can't turn it down from an economical standpoint. So every time someone sells off a large portion of land, it crunches the next farmer in, because now there's more issues that farmer has to deal with. And quite honestly, I'm really surprised that the Mennonites and the Amish folks in the Berks area have not started to leave the area, because they're still traveling by horse and buggy, and on same roads where big tractor trailers are, which shouldn't be there, by the way, but because there's lack of policing, they can pretty much do whatever they want. And it's quite sad, because agriculture is definitely losing in this scenario, from both the fossil fuel end and from these mega warehouses.
Have you been able to make contact with the Amish community? Do you think that is I never get the sense that too many folks really reach out to them to make them part of their constituency, to connect them, to make them part of what's happening around themselves. They live there too. They would be your constituents. Have you reached out to that community? I don't know that a lot of people do.
I mean, I'm going to a Grange meeting, and I'm hoping to find some. The problem is you know, you can't, when you're looking for Democrats or a registered voter, there's methods you can find them, but there's in those methods you can't really type in Amish and get a list of Amish people. So it's a matter of just, you know, when I'm out canvassing the area, if I happen to see a horse and buggy in a farm, you know, at a farmer's establishment, I will stop and see if I can get if there's anybody out there willing to talk to me. A lot of times there's not, they're working, they're somewhere out in the field or something. But absolutely, I you know, the farmers are taken for granted in general. So then add on top of the Amish community with not being quite up to speed with all the electronics and things like that, it's a loss to the community, really.
You mentioned fracking earlier. Where do you stand with it generally? Is it a necessary evil? Would you end all fracking in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Would you simply end any new fracking? You mentioned that you wanted to see it taxed. We actually do not tax fracking here in the Commonwealth. It's literally stealing wealth out from underneath people's feet and selling it at a massive, massive, massive profit somewhere else around the globe. Meanwhile, the people who live on top of that wealth, so to speak, well, not even so to speak, literally, quite literally live on top of it, never see a dime. just the whole of the fracking issue, what are your thoughts on it?
I'm not to the point where, stop it immediately. We no more, because we do need to wean ourselves off fossil fuel, period. And obviously fracking is for a fossil fuel purpose. So not an immediate stop of it, but it does need to progressively slow down so we can catch up in other cleaner energy sources and eventually phase it out. But in the interim, you brought up that we don't tax it. It's the craziest thing. It's our natural resource. So we own it as a commonwealth, that gas they're extracting, and we let them take it with no tax at all. And in even adding insult to injury, about almost 8 years now, but a full 7 years ago, when Wolf first got into office, his idea was, hey, in his first budget proposal, tax the extraction of natural gas. That money we would turn around and give back to homeowners as property tax relief. And of course, the Republicans held both chambers, the majority in both chambers. So it never even got to a vote, never was presented as a bill. It died there. But if had they bothered to push and tax their friends in the natural gas industries, we'd all roughly have $6,000 or more in our pockets as in the form of a property tax relief at this point.
And a program like that is not exactly unprecedented. The state of Alaska gives a $2,000 check to every man, woman, and child in the entire state. And I literally mean child. If your child is born 6 months before the checks go out, the state will send that child a check. It's last I had understood, it was about $2,000, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
It was a minimum of 2,000. Every single man, woman, and child alive and breathing in the state of Alaska gets a check. And that is a distribution of oil revenues, because the oil under and around Alaska is Alaskan oil. And their people, and that program, if I'm not mistaken, was established under a Republican governor, because they tend to vote largely Republican up there. Lucky you folks, I punched my mic twice in one show. Bonus for you guys. But we so why can't we do that?
That's a good question. I have no idea why we
Is that the $6,000 question?
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, I don't know why can't we? I mean, and the sad thing is not only do we not tax them, Pennsylvania gives the fossil fuel industry well over $3.8 billion a year. That was a B, not an M. $3.8 billion a year in other freebies, like
free money, subsidies, infrastructure
land
help,
leases at zero, $1 and things. So we're giving them that
pollution that we don't force them to clean.
Yeah,
We do the environmental cleanup that they should be responsible for. And that's funny, because that's a new money total for me. I thought it was in the 3.2 range. So it has actually gone up to 3.8. So just shy of $4 billion.
and those,
free tax money every single year, not just 1 year, and they've been living off it for a decade or whatever, every single year. And the Commonwealth budget is roughly $22 billion, if I'm not mistaken. So just a hair under 20%, about 18% 18% roughly. I'm doing the math in my head, so God help me with that. So 18% of the state budget is free money for the fossil fuel industry. I'm rounding off 22 billion of a total budget, 4 billion. So it's in the 18% range. I could do the math. I'll do it while you're talking, but it's still, my point is we give away 18% of the budget for free. At the same time that the fossil fuel industry sells that gas, they ship it through any one of the 8,000 pipelines running through Pennsylvania, usually to Philadelphia, and ship it overseas and make globally historically high profits on it. When you're talking to folks on the campaign trail, do they understand that the natural gas that is fracked out of Pennsylvania has nothing to do with the gas price they pay at the pump? Because I am shocked at how many people do not understand the difference.
Some understand, but no, others are not at all clued in. Even the gas prices, you know, aside from the fracking in the natural gases, that there's a general misunderstanding of how fossil fuel and the overall industry works and what goes where. And you know, the common misconception is we don't make enough resources here in the US, but fact is we do, and we ship it out to ship it back in. We have some of the most we have the most capable refineries. So there are instances where we do the refining and ship it around the globe. But the one, just to get back to a couple questions ago when you asked the $6 million question, why do we not tax them? The thought popped in. The Republicans have historically said we don't want to tax the natural gas companies or the frackers because they will leave our state and take the many jobs, the good paying jobs, with them, which kind of is like makes no
business?
Sense it's
What
in our
business?
dirt.
Right. What business would walk away from what could be? And there are wildly different calculations on what is actually left in the Marcellus, how they know how big the Marcellus is, but the estimates is that the amount of gas that is in it are exactly that, they're estimates. Some of those estimates will tell you that there are quite literally trillions of dollars worth of natural gas remaining in the Marcellus. What business walks away from trillions of dollars of profit?
Right. And besides that, where are they walking to? Because every other state that has the resource is charging them tax for taking it.
Or flat out refusing to allow it.
Correct.
A good chunk, not nearly the size of what's inside Pennsylvania, but if you look at a map of the Marcellus, and I wish I had one to punch up for you very quickly, I don't, would show you how much of the Marcellus goes into southern New York State across the Pennsylvania border. They have outlawed it. You cannot frack in the state of New York. I wouldn't be stunned, by the way, if they were slant drilling across the border into New York, but that's not my point. But they have a good piece of the Marcellus and they simply will not allow it. There is no fracking in New York State. We have not taken that course, unfortunately. What it's done, and I love that argument too. They'll take the good jobs with them. There's already 75,000 less fossil fuel jobs than there are green energy jobs. I refuse to believe, and I continue to be convinced, even against the opinion of some union officials, that the good men and women that are working in the fossil fuel industry, that is somehow the only thing they're ever going to be able to do ever in their lives. I absolutely refuse to believe that. If you can weld a pipeline, you can weld a wind turbine, and you can weld the frame of a roof mounting solar panel. It might be different forms of welding, but if you already know how to weld, you're 99% of the way there. You're certainly a hell of a lot further than I am. And I absolutely refuse to believe that we can't retrain these good, hardworking, decent men and women to do something different, that their lives have to be damned and completely tied and chained, I would say chained, to an underground gas pipeline. That we've got to be able to do better than this, Tina.
I agree wholeheartedly. And you know that some of the things that Republicans have historically been anti-unions. One of the most commendable things unions have brought to the table are their apprenticeship programs. So they're, like you said, if you can weld, this type of metal, you can certainly weld another. You have the ability. So there is no reason why we can't utilize what we already have to train these individuals and wean them off, just like we need to wean off fossil fuel in general. The way to do that is to transition jobs and the technology and the green energy sources to it. So it doesn't, it's not a complete shock to the system. You're doing it in progression, and then one day you will wake up successful and be done with our dependence on fossil fuel. And honestly, if anything has taught us in this past couple of years, it's like, yes, we need dependency, and we need to bring manufacturing back. I always thought it was kind of crazy that the prior administration at a higher level was, yes, make America great again and bring jobs back. Didn't bring any jobs back.
No, we actually continued to bleed not just manufacturing jobs, but entire factories. If we go back to the 8 years of George W. Bush, over 65,000 factories left the United States. Not just 65,000 jobs. The jobs were in the millions. 65,000 factories left the United States just from 2001 to 2009, during the George W. Bush administration. One of the things that, well, let me reset because this one's going to be a bit of controversy, but I'll get into that in a second. 7:31 Eastern Time. Kennedy Effect is live for the 16th of October, 2022. Tina Burns is our guest. Wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information is the homepage. Come on over, ask your questions, drop your comments. I will pass them on. I will read your comments. I will read your questions. The phone number is still on the screen. You can call and talk to Tina, ask her your questions. Hot101.net, any type of device that you can hear us on, just any. Nothing you can't hear us on. Laptops, desktops, tablet, phone, Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth headset, Bluetooth is in the car. You can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the Tune In Radio app. And of course, TCP, the Culture Professional out of Lancaster. Our plan is to be with you next week. Our guest next week is congressional candidate, federal office, congressional candidate Amanda Waldman, and my friend, sadly for her, is our guest next week. That is the 16 and 7 is the 23rd. We will be back with you on the 23rd. Not 100% sure yet what we're doing on October 30th. I'm going to try to somehow do some internet searches to see how many municipalities around the country are having their trick or treat on Sunday night. If there's a good number of them, we may not be with you, so that parents and kids can go out and have some fun. You don't need to be listening to us, or at least you won't be listening to us, which is even kind of more accurate. Probably you'll be out having fun and not thinking about this program. Not 100% sure what we're doing there yet for Halloween weekend. We will be with you the Sunday before Election Day, before the end of the election cycle. That's November 6th. And then 6 and 7 is 13. November 13th, I will be trying to put together a round table of former guests, pundits, analysts, etc., to see exactly what the hell happened on November 8th, or at least at the end of November 8th. So that's what's coming up in the next few weeks here on the program. If you have missed any of tonight's program, best place to go. Could be later tonight, could be in a couple of days. I know it took, I think, till Wednesday this past week that George was able to do it for us, but just keep an eye on our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. All of our recorded programs are there on our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. So if you missed any of tonight, best place to go is YouTube. Should be there shortly. And as for all of our social media, I kind of hate that we live on these things, but please like, subscribe, share, all that fun stuff. We ask you to do that and help support the program. Tina, when we talk about fracking, it kind of ties for me into another sort of topic that we kind of brushed by it, but we didn't really get too much in it to when you first joined us. And that is the idea of this very large measurable size of the electorate voting against its own self-interest. I know that some Republicans actually do understand what that phrase means. And it has become a bit of a quip, if you will, a bit of a throwaway line. What does that mean to you, voting against your own self-interest? And as you talk to voters, are you able to help them make the connection of why they are voting against their own self-interest? Because I have a feeling that a good number of Republicans don't realize they're even doing it. And when you try to explain to them why you think they're doing it, that you're somehow talking down to them or being condescending. And voting against your own self-interest might sound a bit hypocritical to what I keep saying about that we are a community. But when the 99%, when there's 100 people in the room and 99 of them all vote one way, well, then that is the community interest, isn't it? Tell me about voting against your own self-interest.
In large, it goes back to your original question as why is it important to run for office as a Democrat? Because if we're not out there, majority of this area is Republican because their parents were Republican or their grandparents, and it goes down the line. Not so much that they understand or are into politics. It becomes kind of like football. Like why do you like, I don't know what team you like, but you said the Eagles. Why does somebody like the Eagles? Well, they like it probably because one of their parents liked the Eagles. So then they brought them to the football games. Yay, rah, go Eagles. So it's kind of born into the people of this area because their parents did it. So now they're a Republican when they don't truly understand what has changed to make them understand, well, maybe it's not your parents' Republicans anymore. Maybe you need to look at what other options are out there. And I find that some people are open-minded and encouraged. It's encouraging to speak with them because you can see the wheels in their head, so to speak, spinning around and understanding. Where there's an extreme group that they don't want to hear it. They're not going to listen, and that's okay too. But when we talk about voting against your own interests, that is where those with open minds can be more receptive to conversations by candidates when they do run in these predominantly red areas. And because every year you get to more people, you get to more minds, and slowly, chip away at what is possible and what their true interests are. Because in these like we said, these low SES areas, a Democrat, we've even been accused of being socialists, but really, no, it's that we care about other humans and we want to help each other.
Let's remember what one of the most basic definitions of socialism is that we all contribute into a central pot of money to pay for services that we cannot provide for ourselves. We are not the police force. We are not EMS. We are not firefighters. We are not the sewage treatment plant. We are not the road crew. We are the schools, because I guess you could homeschool as an alternative, but we all anything that we collectively contribute tax money into as a service that we cannot provide for ourselves. By the way, that's the same theorem under which the first governments were ever created, and representative governments, is because you couldn't have hundreds or thousands of people in the first human villages just doing whatever the hell they wanted to. There had to be some sort of norms and guardrails to have a civil society. So socialism is really nothing more. It is one of the most basic definitions of it than the way that we put our collective money into something to pay for a service that we really cannot provide for ourselves. What is and I've had this discussion with way too many Republicans that if they really hate Social Security, and I've done this in public with a group of folks circled around us watching it happen, asking that Republican for their Social Security card. Give it to me right now. We'll burn it here on the spot. Let's get you out of that horribly repressive socialist system. Well, no, I paid into that. No kidding. Well, of course you did. Of course you did. But by it's in the name, Social Security. It is a purely socialist program operated by a government, because you can't operate it for yourself. Something we all pay into to the benefit of the entire populace. The largest socialist institution on the planet is the United States military. Why do we all contribute in to pay for national defense? Because it's not something we can do for ourselves. One NRA gun nut in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina is not solely going to stop an invasion. So it shocks me, sadly. We talked about before you got here about how fear breeds disinformation and how the disinformation breeds fear. How do you break through all of that? How do you break through all of that? How do you find yourself in a conversation with the red hat that says you're a socialist? Because yeah, we are. But you don't. I think it really falls more on that the red hat doesn't know what the hell socialist means.
And it's really being, when I talk about the right needing to be more open-minded, it really takes two people in the conversation to both be open-minded. So not just for them to be receptive to any type of conversation I'm willing to have with them, but also for me to be open-minded enough to receive what they're saying, to understand where they're coming from. Because in most instances, I truly believe it at the core, people in general all want the same things. They just need a way to they just travel in different roads, and they need to see how those parallel roads that we're traveling are really getting us to the same to the end goal, if you will. So when I'm speaking to somebody that might have an adversarial position, really what I'm trying to do is be open-minded myself, so I can understand where they're coming from. Because once we understand where each other are coming from, we can there's a better chance of coming together at that point.
What issues do you get back I mean, I can imagine what Democrats are telling you is important. I would assume, but please correct me, that most independents and non-affiliateds are probably telling you more things along the Democratic line than they are the Republican line. What are Republicans, when you do have those very pleasant interchanges, exchanges, those polite, respectful discussions with Republicans, what do they tell you is important? What are they concerned about?
Their concern, their biggest concern is really the economy and not being able to afford you know, to feed their families or put a roof over their heads. And honestly, you know, that's everyone's concern, whether you're the wealthiest pool or the poorest of pools. We all want those basic Maslow, you know, hierarchy. You want to make sure you have your family or yourself sheltered. And it is becoming more and more of a struggle to meet those basic needs. And that's, aside from the rights and democracy, that's the biggest issue on the table, not only for Democrats, independents, but also for Republicans. Everyone is the majority are hurting. I won't say everyone, but the majority are hurting, whether they're, regardless of their political party.
What is it? But what are they hurting at? What are they missing out on? I understand being concerned about the general economy, your job, income, paying for things. What do they think they're missing out on? What are they worried about not being able to pay for that they can pay for now, or that they can't pay for now and can't do? Is there anything
Basic
that they
basic
point to specifically to say, I can't pay for this anymore, but I need it?
basic needs, food. Food. And now winter's right around the corner. I've had a couple conversations, and I've actually led some people, you know, to the LEHEAP assistance, because they're worried the winter's coming and how are they going to afford their heating bills. And it's a struggle across the board. It's not party specific. Food, I help out with local food pantry, and we're trying to expand as much as we can, but ultimately, you know, we do not have enough to give, because the number of people needing simple basics of food is growing in our areas. And then we, you know, add insult to injury. We have our politicians who won't tax a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, I did just, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't. I really hate the fact that I cannot remember the percentage. You may know. I hope that you know, so I don't look so dumb. But I want to say that it is somewhere. Oh, God, I'm going to be guessing. I really hate guessing. It's somewhere. It's well over half of the largest corporations in the Commonwealth pay no tax. That the business tax burden is very disproportionately on smaller family and single unit businesses. What do I mean by single unit? I mean single one location, the one pizza place, the one pharmacy, the one clothing store. I want to say it's in the 50-something% range, but I actually think it's higher than that. I think it might be all the way up into the 80s, but I'm not 100%. I don't remember. I used to know exactly what, but I know that it's over half. And of course, we have a loophole in our tax system here inside the Commonwealth that if your quote unquote headquarters are located somewhere else, especially Delaware, that you don't have to pay any tax inside the Commonwealth, because theoretically all the profits are made in Delaware, even though the businesses are located here in Pennsylvania. We also have a very screwy, that's a scientific term, and disproportionately non-functional income tax system, whereas our own constitution says that if you cannot raise taxes on any one class of income earners. If you raise them, they get raised across the board. It is essentially a flat tax. Talk to me about taxes in PA. Do you want to see the Delaware loophole closed? Would you like to see the Commonwealth go to more of a national progressive tax system? It was good enough for Jefferson and Madison. It should be good enough for Pennsylvania. Talk to me about taxes in PA, because it seems like what the Republicans are saying back to you surrounds taxes.
Yeah, and they recently that your first point was on what companies are paying, and in reality, because of the Delaware loophole, which means they can legally get creative with their accounting to move their money to another state, Delaware, so they do not have to pay on their net income taxes. So essentially, Walmart's, Targets, all those larger companies, they will get creative with their counting. And again, it is legal because of the loophole we have, and they will show a zero net profit in Pennsylvania, because they will move all their profits earned in Pennsylvania to their Delaware locations.
So the Walmart that you shop at might make, I'm picking on you now since you said you shop at Walmart. But no, honestly, seriously, the Walmart store that you shop at might make a net profit for that particular store of, I don't know, let's give them $2 million a month, $24 million, let's say. Walmart will tell the state of Pennsylvania, because they have an incorporated office in Delaware, that those profits belong to Delaware, so to speak, that those profits were earned in Delaware, so that they never pay any corporate income tax on that 24 million. And then this happens to every Walmart store across Pennsylvania, every Target, every McDonald's, every Wendy's, every Home Depot, every Lowe's, every Michael's, every Hobby Lobby, every Applebee's, everything. They just say, they kind of report in the paperwork, the money was earned, or it's attached to the corporate headquarters in Delaware, so they don't pay any state tax in PA.
Right.
That's basically what the loophole is.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of the year, there's roughly only 39% of companies that operate in Pennsylvania that actually pay the net income tax. And then then there's the state tax of 9.9%, which they want to get down, because everybody's, oh, it's too high, that's why companies don't come here. Let's graduate it down to 4.9, which I actually agree. I do want a lower state tax for companies to encourage them to come in here. But if we close the loophole and made all of the companies pay their fair share, we could lessen that much quicker than it's like we incrementally until the year 2032, I think, to get it to the 4.9. If we made everybody close the loophole, made every company pay their fair share, we could drop it to 4.9 to next year, and essentially get out of the situation where people companies don't want to move here because of that 9.9%. We could do it much faster. But a secondary to that is, it's not only the tax that larger companies don't want to come to Pennsylvania. It's not that. They don't have the qualified employee pools. We're in Schuylkill County, roughly, now don't quote my numbers, but roughly over the past, I'm going to say 60, 70 years, our population has split in half. We are half as populous as we were many years ago. And that's because younger people want out of our area. Why? Because there's not as much desirable. And then the people with children, they don't want to come into our area because our schools are not as strong as they should be. So when the business people blame it solely on the 9.9 state tax for businesses, I pretty much raise the flag, because that is just not the whole picture. The whole picture is the loophole. So not everybody's paying their fair share of taxes. In addition to that is we do not have the qualified employees that these companies need. Even our own local, oh gosh, the name of it is escaped. Air Products.
Okay.
Air Products moved they're building their hydrogen plant in, I think it's New York. So and they're like, kind of ours. So it's not ours, but so to speak, it's like, they've been here forever. Why are they building something that would be so fantastic for our area in New York? And it's not because of the taxes, because they know how to work the loophole. It's because of the qualified. There's no qualified people. We have many more jobs like in those warehouses, and some of those are decent paying jobs. And they can't get people to fill those positions.
Not enough of them are
Yeah.
decent paying. And that's even, gosh, I saw somebody post on Facebook something that really made me ill. And it was a Democratic office holder, because it was just so intellectually lazy. And I wish if I could remember the name of who the hell posted it, I'd tell you right now, because it was, I don't care, Democrat, Republican, or Martian, I'd tell you who did it, because it really was intellectually lazy. There are 2 open jobs for every worker. Well, why the hell do you think that is? Why do you think that in a Commonwealth where the minimum wage is still $7.25, West Virginia, for God's sakes, all due respect to my West Virginia friends and family and listeners, West Virginia has a higher minimum wage. Why the hell do you think nobody wants those jobs? Because they're actually better probably dumpster diving than they are at $7.25. I want to focus on something that you said, though. As old and false and fake and as much of a lie as it is about the Democratic Party, the Democratic platform, and Democratic candidates, we are not the tax and spend party. You just said, and I want to make you say it again, you're happy to lower the corporate tax rate in Pennsylvania, but the two can't be exclusive. This is the reason why Republicans want to incrementally lower it, is because the money's got to come from somewhere. But it's a lot less painful. It is, I hate this analogy, I'm hating that I use it. It is the frog in the boiling pot. That money is going to come from somewhere. It's going to come from you, individual property owning taxpayers and renters, by the way, because you're paying property taxes too. You're just paying the landlord's property taxes. So they want to lower the rate, but keep the loophole. You're saying, no problem, lower the rate, but then 100% of the companies are going to pay. Do I have that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So a Democratic candidate, a member of the Democratic Party, is saying, sure, lower the taxes. It's good business. It will attract more businesses here, but everybody pays. Because really, the best way to lower it, you could probably lower it below 4.9 if everybody paid.
Yes.
Why is there no, if corporations are people, why is there no Delaware loophole for homeowners or
There,
private individuals?
well, not so much the Delaware loophole, but there is certainly legal creative accounting for those in the upper, 1%.
For those that can pay for it.
Yes.
Right.
So, so it sort of exists. It's just not existing in Delaware per se.
But the sarcastic point, I think, is still the same. Individuals cannot, I can't take my Hellertown residence and incorporate it in Delaware so that I could avoid my property taxes, my income taxes. I can't do that. Why can companies do that?
Because the legislators allow them to do that.
So when
Because
you speak
they
to individual voters, can they make that connection? Not because they're dumb. I'm not saying that, because it is a little complex. It's a little in the weeds. But when you take them through it, do they agree with you?
Oh, actually, yes. I'm getting and not so much into the detail of that, because if they're a business owner, small business owners, or they have a business acumen to them, they get it when explained relatively quickly. But where the average the person that's not maybe involved in the business aspect of something, they get it really quickly when I explain to them, hey, wouldn't you like $6,000 in your pocket?
There you go.
And
Yeah.
how do you get it? Well, this is as simple as this. If
Right.
we taxed the gas industry, the natural gas industry, you would have that in your pocket already. So they get it real fast, and when I bring that up to
It's called a universal basic income,
them.
and it works. There has never been a single experiment anywhere on the planet where universal basic income has failed. It actually increases the number of people who work. It increases the number of people who start small businesses. Because if I have a universal basic income, I can afford to fail. And I can afford to invest some of that money in my own business and not be as reliant on investors and banks and so on and so on. Every time a universal basic income has been experimented, it has succeeded, period, end of story, everywhere on the planet, including in our own country. And again, for all intent and purpose, what is happening in Alaska is a universal basic income. It is $2,000 a year. That might not sound like a lot, but if I handed it to you in cash in an envelope, you'd damn well take it. So yeah, it is a decent amount of money. $2,000 a year might not be enough to bring somebody up out of poverty, but it's certainly more than they had before they got it. It's really quite simple. 8:01 Eastern Time, we're entering our final hour of the live program, the Kennedy Effect, live with you for the 16th of October, 2022. We will be back with you next week live from 5 p.m. Wherever you are on Facebook, stay there. Thank you for being there. Please, to everyone listening, watching, either recorded or live, share our program anywhere and everywhere that you feel you can or should. It's how we grow. We appreciate it very, very much. Without advertisers and money and all that fun stuff, you are how we grow the program. We could not be here if you are not there. If I add up all of the members of the various groups and pages throughout Facebook and the listenership of 101 and TCP, we now reach roughly 250,000 people worldwide. When you figure there's 8 billion people on the planet, 250,000 might not be a huge percentage, but considering the first week that we aired the program, I think less than 100 people listened to it or saw it. I'll take it. So thank you for being one of our ever-growing family. That Other Side of Information is our home group Facebook page. You can visit us anytime, simply when if the show's not on, the Facebook page continues. We post stories there, help you follow the news, and they're not all political stories either. Sometimes they are animal welfare stories, environment. I do post a lot of astronomy stories there too, especially the Webb telescope. The photos coming from Webb are pretty extraordinary, and you really should check them out. That is our home group Facebook page and your home for all things surrounding our program, That Other Side of Information. If you missed any of the live program, youtube.com, also That Other Side of Information. Find us there on YouTube. All of our episodes, every single one of them, is on YouTube, youtube.com, That Other Side of Information. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app, and TCP, the Cultured Professional out of Lancaster. 8:04 Eastern, our final live hour with Tina Burns. The Villain's View with my dear friend Thomas Mack comes up on Hot 101 and right here on That Other Side of Information, following us at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Area code 570, please, your first name only and where are you calling from, please.
Oh, my dearest Jeff, I can't believe you don't have my phone number memorized by now.
Not in Google Voice, I don't.
Amanda.
Oh, Amanda, you're coming next week. What are you calling me for? Now you're going to ruin all the good stuff.
One of my favorite people on your show right now. Hello, Tina.
Hi.
Now we're going to ruin all the good stuff.
I'm not going to ruin anything. I just wanted to call and
No,
say
I
hello.
do have your number saved. It's saved in my phone. It's not saved on the very cheap, and when I mean cheap, I mean free phone software that I use to take phone calls. So it just comes up as a phone number. But anyway, yes, go ahead. Are you going to ask Tina a really hard question?
Of course I'm not. I'm going to
Okay.
ask Tina. And apologies if you've already answered this. But Tina, why is a rock star like you running?
I'm sorry. What?
Try that a little louder, Amanda. You're a little shallow.
Yeah, I said, pardon me if you've already answered this, but do a refresher for people just tuning in like I am. Tina, why is a rock star like you running for office?
Well, thank you for that question. Why is a rock star like guy running for office? Really, I'm running because we need somebody that cares about us in our district, because the past 50 years, those in office really haven't given a whole lot of care to us. They've been focused on their big industry fans like fossil fuel. So I am running because I'm a veteran, by the way, if I didn't say that earlier. I'm a parent, a grandparent, and my biggest reason for running is I care. And I care what happens to not just our country, I care what happens to our little communities all around our good state of PA. And growing up in Schuylkill County, right next to Berks, it's been a great opportunity getting to know this area, and I want to preserve it for many generations to come. And I can't sing, so I really can't be a rock star. So this is another opportunity.
Hey, listen, there's a lot of music stars that can't sing either. Let's be honest. All right, my next week guest. I'm not stealing any more of your good brain energy.
Good brain energy. I've been on the road. I literally just walked into my house.
Well, you should have been
And
listening.
was like, gotta call in.
You should have been listening the whole time you were on the road. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, there's issues.
Yeah, rural broadband. Yeah, we'll get to that actually in our last hour.
Yes, good.
Thank you, Amanda. You will be with us next week.
Having
Thank you.
past like 9 months with Tina. Like, if you don't know her, get to know her now. Reach out to her campaign because she is phenomenal. You want somebody who's actually one of us? This girl right here. Thank you for your service, Tina. Thanks for answering my call.
Thanks,
Thank
Amanda. We will talk to Amanda next. She is our guest next week. That's Amanda Walton. Thank you, dear. I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Tina, I want to say something that you didn't. You said, "Oh, by the way, I'm a veteran." Why do so many Democratic candidates? Because I'm working with one right here in the Lehigh Valley. They're very Republicans love to wrap their proverbial arms around the military. Of course, they treat them like crap because they never want to support the VA, but they don't want to fund it. They want to privatize it. They want to break it down any way they can. I think the last Republican who had any real commitment to the VA was John McCain. But why are Democratic candidates? They seem to be so humble and almost shy, even to discuss that you served. My God, you signed up and served. We have a volunteer military. Why is that an "oh, by the way, I'm a veteran"? It's not "oh, by the way, I didn't serve. You beat me." Why not talk about it?
I think it's because I'm obviously running for office because I like to serve others. I think that's an important part of who I am, and being in the military is just yet another form of serving others. And I personally I get aggravated when some of the candidates push the fact like, raw me, I served our country, so I should be whatever, revered. Yes, it's a good thing. Yes, it's a volunteer
Well, no,
thing.
look,
There are many others. that-
I myself am not trying to set you on any kind of pedestal that you may not belong on, but 0.3% of the American population serves in the military. Yet I don't even want to say they're one half, because Democrats and Republicans are not half the population. They're roughly 2/3. There's a whole third that isn't either, but one whole side of the political spectrum has wrapped itself around good folks like you and held you up as a symbol, but then done nothing for you, of course. But they do hold you up to this, and yet you seem so reticent to talk about it. I find that even my own father, who was a religious, pun intended, a religiously voting Republican, he served in the military for 37 years and rarely talked about it. I guess I just honestly don't get it. It's not like I'm trying to yell at you about it. I guess I honestly just don't understand why you wouldn't want to make more of it. It's so honorable. It's so selfless.
I am in general a humble person, so
But your rock stars are generally not humble.
again, that's my I don't know. I am, my service is something that I chose to do for others, just as my attempting to run for the seat is a service that I am choosing to do for others. So when some of the Republicans take it to the extreme, for instance, and show themselves in Confederate uniforms because they've served, that's a little that's a turnoff to me.
Right.
As a candidate. It's not something I did to be able to brag about later. It's something I did to be in service of. So I on my website, yes, I mentioned that I served it, and it was the U.S. Coast Guard, if for those wondering what branch. But I don't make a big deal about it because it's one piece of who I am and what makes me the better candidate. And what makes me the better candidate is that I am one of the people that I am hoping to serve. I know struggles. I live paycheck to paycheck right now.
Right.
So I understand them. So really, I don't feel a need to make it a huge deal that I served, other than, yes, I served because I believe we all
In
should
service.
serve one another.
Right. Another caller on the line, a special caller, because her name, Amanda's going to be upset because this current caller's name did show up on my screen, which is pretty awesome. State representative, sitting state representative, incumbent representative running for re-election, Maureen Madden is on to talk to Tina. Welcome, Representative Madden. Thank you for calling. Representative Madden. Either she can't hear me or I can't hear her. Or she stepped away from the phone because I didn't shut up. Yes, that happens. Representative Madden, are you here? I think it's a phone thing because I actually can't hear her on the other end. I will stay patient for a little bit if she should happen to return. Let me ask you then about this, Tina. Usually I would end. She disconnected. It was probably a cell issue. Yeah, because she dropped off. It was probably a cell thing. It happens. It's all right. I would normally end with this question, but because we're talking about service, let me ask you this. President Kennedy stated, and I tend to butcher the quote sometimes a little bit. I don't always get it exact. That politics can and should be a noble profession. While we may not want to think of politics as a profession. She's trying again. Let me see if I get her this time. Representative Madden.
Yes.
Hey, there we go. Welcome to the program. Thank you for calling. If you want us, Tina is here for you to speak with, as is our audience. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much. Hi, Tina.
Hi.
So this is Maureen. I serve in the 115th Legislative District of Monroe County. I want to wish you luck, and I want to congratulate you for running for that seat in an obviously difficult district for a Democrat. You seem to be making inroads because you are willing to talk to both sides. I just want to piggyback on what Jeff said, and that is you must talk about your service every single day. And because you are so humble about your service, you can talk to it, speak about it in that way. Now, I don't want you to be like one of my Republican colleagues who we'll call Frank, who every sentence is a noun, a verb, and I was a Marine. But when you talk about what the veteran struggles are, when you talk about mental health, when you use that with your psychology degree, you are communicating, you are speaking Republican. And in your neck of the woods, you really need to be able to speak Republican, because patriotism is something that will connect us and will help you, get votes in that deeply red district that you live in. And we could use you in the House.
And Representative, patriotism is not owned by one side of the political spectrum. There are patriotic Democrats, a damn whole lot of them. Oh, did I lose you again?
No, I'm
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry. Please tell
you.
please. I mean, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have many people on the Democratic side who have served, and we're not always as boisterous about it as the Republicans, as Tina said and mentioned. It's just something that you did because you wanted to serve people, not because you wanted bragging rights. But you're not claiming that bragging rights right now. You're using your experience in the service to connect with other people who are feeling the same things that you're feeling. The mental health, the struggling with the medical benefits. One of the biggest things we do in our office is connect our constituents with Congressman Matt Cartwright, because he has someone in his office who's solely dedicated to helping veterans with, getting benefits and things of that nature that they need. So, when you talk about it, you start a whole new conversation.
Thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome. Just keep knocking on those doors. Just keep talking to everybody.
And folks, for our global audience, Representative Madden will be joining us on this program at some future date. She has been kind enough to agree to visit us, probably after the election, perhaps to look back on it and talk about what happened and then also look ahead. But she'll be joining us at some point in the future here on the program, hopefully before the end of the calendar year. As you know, our calendar here on the show gets a little dicey around, or a little choppy, I should say, around the holiday area because we're taking weeks off for holidays and so on. But she'll be joining us in the future as well. And it is extremely kind of you to call tonight. I hope that you're feeling better.
I'm, you know,
We're
it's
getting
from
there.
moment to moment.
Right. We'll
I just want to interject something in case we don't discuss this when I'm on your show. When you were talking about fracking, Tina, you have exactly the right attitude about fracking. We need to have a moratorium on any new wells until we pressure the federal government, and we have, you know, really good environmentalists like Madeline Dean and Susan Wild who serve in Congress. We need to rescind or repeal the Halliburton loophole so that fracking has to adhere to the Clean Water, Clean Air Act that traditional wells, gas wells do. The other thing was we lost this opportunity. Governor Rendell, when he was governor and we understood the amount of natural gas that we have and the billions of dollars we were sitting on, he wanted to, in 2008, he wanted to implement a 5% severance tax on gas and cut the corporate net income tax rate to 4.99% back then. And because we did not do that, we have in 10 years left $24 billion on the table that would be funding our schools completely, fixing our infrastructure. It was one of the biggest mistakes the Corbett administration ever made, but it was purposeful because when they were running in 2010, the year the Tea Party took over, they took $1.3 million from, or more than that, it might have even been it was 1.3 million from the fracking companies. And when he became governor, he kept every promise he ever made, willy-nilly fracking, no severance tax. It was one of the biggest blunders of the Republican Party. And even though it's been 10 years, we still need to talk about it every single day. And one last point I'll make is the other thing Governor Rendell wanted to do was lay the infrastructure. So we would benefit from that gas. And you are correct. We are shipping 70% of it out, and it's mostly going to China and Australia. We have blundered the greatest wealth we've known. And it's solely a Republican issue because we've tried so many times to get some type of severance tax to no avail.
Representative, I wanted to, if Tina will forgive me, I wanted to ask you, since you're here, and it's something that Tina and I discussed earlier in the program, why does the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania give a free, essentially free, nearly 18% of the yearly budget, $4 billion in free money to the fossil fuel industry every single year?
How do you think they fund their campaigns?
Oh, I absolutely agree. It's not necessarily a question I didn't know the answer to, but I was curious what your take is on it. If the state budget is roughly 22 billion, we give away 4 billion, it's somewhere in 18% range. We hand over 18% of our state budget for free.
Yeah, it's because the Republicans have the majority. That's my simple answer. And yep, that's my simple answer. And there was another thought I had, but it went right out of my head.
Happens to me all the time. And sometimes in 4 hours, I lose a lot of really good thoughts.
That $4 that we give away, that's exactly what it would take to give everybody a 50% property tax reduction, according to the bill that I have introduced, but never gotten out of committee because roughly 8% of our bills ever make it out of committee. It would give everyone a 50% property tax reduction. We could put that $4 billion right into the Homestead Farmstead, the Act 120, and give everyone 50% on the home they live in. Not if you have 15 rentals, God bless you, you're paying taxes on those. But the home that you live in, you would see 50%, it would take $4 billion.
But goodness, even if we did not choose to do that, $4 billion more dollars for schools, $2 billion more dollars for schools, $2 billion to properly fund the state police instead of stealing it from the transportation budget. Uh, 2 billion to $1 billion extra dollars and leaving 3 left over to clean up what we're being stuck with these wells. We're getting all, this is the Walmart model. We're profitizing, we're externalizing all the profits, but no, we're internalizing all the profits. I got it backward. We're internalizing all the profits, but externalizing all the costs. We're the ones paying the costs.
Oh, we absolutely are. And that goes to my point of when I first ran for office in 2012, I read a Reuters article that said we were leaving $24 billion on the table in the next 10 years by not implementing a severance tax on gas. We'd have no property tax. Texas has a 9% tax on gas, and they do not pay property taxes. That tax pays for education. We could get rid of the waiting list in our mental health crisis with $24 billion. We could fund education, a whole year's budget that we'd have that money coming in every single year. And it could be a line item, what we're going to fund with it. Like we do with the cigarette tax and the opioid settlement. It would be just a steady stream of money. But, there's too many politicians are in the back pocket of the natural gas companies. And that's pretty much my bottom line.
Thank you for calling in and giving us a couple minutes, and especially the nice words of encouragement to Tina. She'll be, do your two districts border each other, or is there someone in between that I'm not thinking of?
No, I'm pretty sure there's someone in between.
Right.
Carbon.
Well,
But I will, when we gain the majority in the House, because myself and others are going to win, I'll gladly help you push that bill to the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
after you win, and after you're sworn in on day one, go find this young lady right here. She is, you want to talk about a rock star? Maureen Madden is a rock star. She will teach you the ropes, and that's exactly the kind of people. And then it's exactly what you said. It is, you may have legislative priorities that are important to you, but you need other legislators to get them through. And it's that kind of cooperative teamwork that needs to happen. The other side is doing it brilliantly, except that their idea is to stop everything. We actually want to do things. It's one of the fundamental differences between the parties right now. We're actually trying to govern and legislate. The party opposite us has no interest in either. And you won't have a better mentor or partner than Maureen Madden. And Representative Madden, you will have no better student.
I appreciate your kind words, Jeff. Tina, congratulations for taking on the challenge. Just keep knocking on those doors. Listen, go to Walmart, have conversations in Walmart. After the pandemic, Walmart was one of, well, when we were easing out of the pandemic, Walmart was one of the places I went to because I actually wanted to talk to the young kids stocking the shelves and the cashiers and the people. And I wanted to say, how are you liking this job? How long have you worked here? And one of the things that I did learn for all of this bluster about, not wanting to create a union and closing a store if it ever became a union shop or they tried to organize, they did step up and they are paying their employees more and they have gone back to full time. Years ago, there was this thing, well, we're going to start paying $11.50 an hour, but then they decreased everybody's hours so they wouldn't have to pay them health care. That's a thing of the past. Walmart is one of the companies that has recognized that they have to treat their employees a little better. I mean, they're not SEIU, they're not the Teamsters, but they're making small strides. And you know, maybe that will happen one day. Maybe people will be empowered when we start organizing more Amazon warehouses. Then maybe the Walmart will take another look at Walmart. But, you know, I have conversations when I'm pumping gas in BJ's, anywhere I go, Target. And those are the best conversations, the supermarket, late night, best conversations. You can be out there without knocking on doors necessarily.
It's a full-time job, right? Campaigning.
Yes, and legislating. And I was a professor before this, but this is my passion. There is no such thing as a long day for me. There's not a day that starts too early. There's not a person I don't want to talk to. And, you know, it's a calling for sure. And with your background, Tina, I think you're going to do really well in the House of Representatives and by your constituents.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that, especially from you.
Thank you for calling in, Representative Madden. I appreciate it more than I can express, and we look forward to you visiting the program in the future. Please take care of yourself. Feel better.
I certainly will. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great-
Seriously, honestly, after you win, because we always speak in positives, find her office and then just follow her around. 8:30, our final half hour on the program will take you to 9. The Villain's View comes to you at 9. We're wrapping up with Tina Burns. I want to try to hopefully do a little more rapid fire. While I deeply appreciate the conversation, I'm sure there's issues that we haven't been able to get to yet. Let me follow up a little bit on what we were talking about. How well are veterans treated inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? What would you do differently?
They are not treated well. There's limited resources, and the resources that are available are hard to get to. So I would certainly make them a priority, as well as our seniors. And that really, it comes down to funding. And I don't think that Pennsylvania is not as bad off as people claim they are from a funding standpoint. There are areas we can move funding from to better serve our community. And what those areas are, I don't exactly have a grasp on, because I don't have all the knowledge that I would need for that. But just like a household budget, you know, you don't need that Dunkin' Donuts coffee if you need a loaf of bread. So and veterans certainly they're the loaf of bread. We need that staple. We need to take care of them.
To try to just play devil's advocate briefly, veterans are kind of by definition a federal, not problem, that's not the right word. What am I looking for?
Responsibility.
There are federal responsibilities. So where does that come between? Where does what veterans are lacking, where does that fall as a veteran yourself? Where does that fall between, where's that cutoff between the Commonwealth or any individual state, given our audience is national, global, really, but in any state, really, for that matter? Where is that cutoff between what the state is responsible for, could be doing better, to what the federal government is responsible for?
It's the federal government needs to obviously provide funding to the state. It's no different than our education, really. We're you know, that it can't, everything cannot be burdened on the local at the local level. Taking care of our veterans and our citizens, just because our citizens are in Pennsylvania doesn't mean they're not United States citizens. Same for veterans. They're, just because they live in Pennsylvania doesn't mean they're not a part of the overall overarching United States. So the federal government absolutely has to give the support necessary to the states overall, not just Pennsylvania, all states. And the state also needs to kick in, you know, their fair share of the funding. And maybe not from a monetary spot position, but at the very least, being Pennsylvania is responsible for getting the services out there and available for those that need them.
Education. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania spends more money on prisons, especially private for-profit prisons, than it does for education. We are seeing there are school districts, I want to say the Bethlehem School District, actually, right? I can throw a rock and hit Bethlehem, that nearly 40% of its budget now goes into charters. It has been, we have seen Mr. Mastriano say that he just wants to flat out cut the education budget in half. Not really replace it with anything, just cut it. He's talked about vouchers for every parent. Of course, the vouchers would not be enough money to cover the cost. They would have to come up with the difference. The school districts, even if his plan was to go through, are going to make up that money somewhere, and it's gonna mean some folks are gonna have literally see their property taxes quadruple to make that money up. Talk to me about education. Tina's elected, you are sworn in. What do you do for education? What do you discuss with voters that you want to see done for education?
It requires more funding. So and they're right now they're like, oh, we just they're bragging about how great they just gave money, a one-time shot in the arm to our educational system in Pennsylvania. Well, that's all great and well. However, what they failed to mention is that the prior administration cut so much out of education that it still is yet to recover. And now you compound it with inflation, and we are underserving our schools, and we're putting the burden on the locals when it should be on the federal government and the state government to help that situation. And so when it comes to education, first off, charter schools, they're great. However, they're not, unless they are part of and governed as a public school, they shouldn't be getting public funds.
But are they great though, really? Honestly? I know that there are charter schools that offer students different paths of learning. And as I went to college to teach, I don't learn traditionally. It's nothing that I knew when I was in school. We didn't do that. Everybody learned the same way, and we wrote out of the book, and we wrote notes, and we read our chapters, and I get it. We all learn the same way. And if someone didn't learn, it's because they weren't working hard enough. I'm a very visual learner. I have a very difficult time reading, but I will watch documentaries until my eyes turn red, and I learn that way. I absorb it audibly. I listen to radio shows and so on, and I learn. I watch the news and I learn. So the alternate paths of learning that charters provide students, I think, are exceptionally valuable. But the proof is in the pudding and in the data that these schools do not there's not a single charter school that outperforms a public school in this Commonwealth yet. And they also don't spend, legally on the books, they're not for profit, but if they don't spend the amount of money that they are given per head per student, then they put the money in their pockets. That's called profit. So are they really that great? Why aren't we just putting that money back into the public system and allow the public system, if they want to start an alternative path learning facility, then let them run it, govern it. The teachers actually have to be certified. There are charter and private schools that don't even have certified teachers. I mean, this level the playing field. If Bethlehem wants to have a charter school that has a completely different method of teaching, then God bless them. But it shouldn't be for profit, and it should be under the auspices of the Bethlehem School District. Isn't that the way we should be doing this?
Correct. And when I made the statement that they were great, what I was leaning towards was they are great because it offers choice. However, if they are going to utilize our public funds for those types, they need to also follow the same guidelines and same
Right.
rules and regulations, and they need to be treated as a member or part of our public school system. I am not, I am not for vouchers taking from our public school system and giving to a private organization or AKA a charter school.
We're
But I
taking
have,
really even more money.
yes, because
Yeah.
and it goes back to the whole property tax and the low SES areas. The ones being punished are the ones that need the money the most, which are your lower economical school districts.
Right.
They are not, so you're already have taken funds from them continually over the years. Now you're taking more because people are sending they're using their monies in charter schools, and then we wonder why no one is sticking around in our areas, why we're not attracting new people into Pennsylvania that have children. Well, the answer is really easy. Do you want your kid to grow up in an area that has positive and great schools, or do you want to move somewhere where there's no funding and it's a lower economy area? I mean, it's seems kind of no brainer, if you will, but apparently it's
Well,
not, because
if I could circle back to something that we discussed earlier about making the case to self-identified Republicans. There's no real Republicans remaining. Self-identified Republicans that to vote in their own self-interest. When you present them with the fact of the Mastriano education plan, if you will, what is the response? How can that not be in your own self-interest that you actually want to fund the school that your child attends?
And I haven't had a whole lot of conversation, but the conversations I have had, they jump to, well, they just gave us a whole bunch of, we just got a whole new round of money for our education. They're working on it because they sell it. Like, they gave some of the slush fund that Pennsylvania had back to education, and the Republicans are taking credit for that. And yes, they did give funding to education. But that's where they stopped listening. Yes, they gave it to us, yay! But they don't know. They don't bother to delve into the rest of the story about how, well, it's only one time, and what about the money that was taken away over 8 years ago that was never replaced, and on and on. So that actually is a little bit more of a difficult conversation to have than the property tax one. That's easy because people understand, oh, what, $6,000, what, $6,000. But education gets a little bit down a rabbit hole because they heard, and it's true. I can't, you can't really argue. The money was given, but it's only a one shot. And what about what was taken prior that has never been returned? And what about accounting for inflation moving forward? So,
And what about all the good, well-trained, well-paying union jobs and union apprenticeships that we could be creating inside our Commonwealth by updating our schools, removing the lead paint, removing the lead piping, removing asbestos, expanding existing buildings that might be in perfectly good shape. We don't need to tear down a building just because it was built in the 1940s. Maybe we just need to add on to it the HVAC systems that can help stop the spread of the next coronavirus. Things, how many jobs could we do and create union jobs, apprenticeships, et cetera, with that type of investment?
Absolutely. Well, even at a high school, what one thing we need to get back to is yes, college is a great thing, but we need we don't need everyone to go to college. We need trades. So, why not design programs at least the high school level where we have these students that already know they're going into a trade, make them help repair the schools as part of their apprenticeship program. Everybody wins, they learn, and the school district saves money because they're getting the assistance of these students while they're training. There's a lot of good creative things that can be done and within the current system that we have, but it boils down to, okay, no removing our funds to fund a private charter school, and we need to come up with more ways for keeping our talent here in our state, as opposed to, okay, here you go, fly, see what's out there in the world, because that is overarching, that is our biggest problem in Pennsylvania. We're losing residents, and we're losing the residents that we
We are.
need to earn income to help support our business, our way of life.
The
We are-
population and demographic changes in Pennsylvania, I think, are something that most folks do not understand. I don't think it's something that they pay attention to. And just as a brief example, as we have 15 minutes left, a brief example, for all of the populace that is moving into the Lehigh Valley, and the population in the Lehigh Valley is growing and has been ever since the 70s. And the number of folks that are moving here from Northeast New Jersey, New York City, the New York City area, and moving north from Philadelphia, we now have more people in the Lehigh Valley than there are in the Allegheny Valley. Everyone tends to think of Pennsylvania as Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and everywhere else. Sorry, no, it's now Philadelphia and the Lehigh Valley and everywhere else. But the Commonwealth overall has lost population, I believe, in the last two census. Are they censi when there's multiples? I will have to ponder that. But we've lost population in the last two census, then gained it. We've lost it. We lost a representative in the United States House of Representatives in this last census. So how do we? You've mentioned education. We've thought. I do want to quickly ask about the environment. How do the people first off probably don't even know that we're losing population. If they happen to know, do they understand why?
Not completely. I mean, because it's a big secular issue, it goes around. So you don't have jobs for people to stay here, but if you don't have people to stay here, then you don't have the jobs, and
Or the
they don't
ones
have
that-
the education, and
Or the jobs that you have don't pay to sustain you, so you have to go where the money is.
right. So it is a merry-go-round in essence, which is why it needs to start from the school level, because our aging population isn't
Amen.
leaving. They're there. Our seniors are probably, I don't know, not a quote, but it's probably a growing population. Whereas where we're losing population is the younger to middle-aged people, because they're going to bigger and better greener pastures, if you will. And in order to start growing our population, we need to start at the school level, at the children's level. We need those children that are here to stick around here.
If you go north in our Commonwealth into Luzerne County, is a place called Mountaintop. And on Mountaintop, there are structures that I have been made fun of, by the way, but I find them majestic and very, very beautiful to look at. And the trees at the bases of them are kind of right up almost on top of them. So they were built with minimal environmental impact. I am of course speaking about the wind turbines on mountaintop. Why is the Commonwealth not saturated? I mean, figuratively. Why are we not just seeing wind turbines everywhere? We have so many mountainous regions that we could put them on top of that are constantly getting wind. We could be powering the entire state with wind if we really felt like it. Why aren't we? And should we be?
We're getting pushback from Republicans via fossil fuel lobbyists. Why do we want to provide alternative energy sources when we're bleeding our Pennsylvania resources dry? Well, not, obviously we have a lot, but what if we can use alternative measures for energy, then that no longer makes us need our fossil fuel industry in Pennsylvania. And as Representative Madden kind of directed us, there's Pennsylvania's filthy with fossil fuel. Pardon, there was a pun in there, but
No, it's true.
yeah.
But
So
we're filthy with it on so many different levels. It's poisoning the air, the water, the ground, and not just the rivers and streams, but the groundwater, the lakes. It's ruining farmland. It's making thousands of acres of farmland unfarmable. I think I might have just made a word, but unproductive.
yes,
They are bleeding tax money. They're not just extracting gas, they're extracting tax money. And then the money that they put back into the campaign system so that they actually don't have to pay anything. The best investment in the country right now is a politician. You can get 10,000 to 1 on a dollar donated to a campaign. So we are filthy with fossil fuel, everything, money, ramifications, pollution, everything up and down the scale. Oh, we're filthy with it, all right, but we're the ones paying for it.
oh, absolutely. And the irony is with the greener, with the solar, with the windmills, they're hitting a lot of resistance because the politicians want restriction. They want, they're making it difficult. They want to have large pools of money from those developers. And I agree with it, actually, to make sure they can clean up if there's any cleanup after that particular thing is no longer of use. But the irony is they don't pay for their own cleanup. Right. Yeah, but yet their competitor, they want them to pay upfront. And
the free market has already made this decision. Republicans love to talk about the free market. Does the green energy sector get $4 billion free dollars from Pennsylvania every year? No, they don't. I'll jump in and I'll answer that. No, they don't. There's 25,000 fossil fuel jobs, 100,000 green jobs. The free market's already made up its mind. Well, 9 minutes left in the program. I want to ask you about something that I was going to ask you when Representative Madden was kind enough to call us. President Kennedy said that politics can and should be a noble profession. I know that we don't like to think of politics as a profession. It was the proper word to use for it in the day, that it can and should be a noble profession. Was he right?
Absolutely. You shouldn't want to, you shouldn't, and I grab my words correctly for this.
I do all the time. I get stuck right in the middle of a sentence because I know I got the wrong word up there. I'm inferring that being a noble profession means it is a profession that is respected and you're doing positive work for masses, or at least as many people that are under your professional scope. So absolutely, being a politician
is or should be, it's not for everyone, but
No.
yes, it's a service. I am taking on this role to serve others as a servant. I'm not taking it on to be the boss of or fluff my own ego.
Or to get rich.
It's the opposite. It's I want to humbly serve the people of this area, because that's what, at least in my mind, we are here to serve one another, not here for one of us to serve, or be served. We are here to give to others, to take care of our brothers and sisters, in a noble way.
Last thing is I have bad news for you.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I may have mentioned to you in the primary when you were with us before, I have bad news for you. You are in the family now. So we will call on you again, and we hope that we can call on you again. And when you are elected to office and you are a big shot state representative, I hope you don't forget about us. And I hope that you will come back and talk to us again about what you are doing and what you are working on. And if sadly this doesn't go the way that we hope it will go for you, that I hope you know that you can still come back here and tell us about things that you are working on, veterans issues or whatever else it might be. But you are welcome here. You have the keys to the kingdom. And if there's something important that our audience needs to know, you are always, always welcome here to come back and talk to us. But again, especially after you are successful and after you are a super famous politician, you can come back. I hope you won't forget us little guys, and you'll come
I
back
will not.
and see us again. The floor is yours. Please tell people how they can get a hold of you, follow you, campaign, where are you going to be, anything that you want to fill in. I might abruptly then hang up on you, and then I'm going to tell everybody good night.
All right. So before I get to that, though, I do want to just make one note. I am one of you. I want to fight for you. Unlike my opponent, who is a vice president with shared interest in a fossil fuel company. So you heard what we discussed along the way. That's going to be a decision, tough decision, fossil fuel industry taking care of you, or me taking care of you and fighting for you. You can find out more about me at burns4pa.com. There's a couple Halloween parades that I'm looking forward to. There's an Andrews Schuylkill County parade. There's an Orwigsburg parade, and tomorrow actually I'm headed out to Kutztown University to help be involved with their women's rights student organization. So we're going to do a rally at Kutztown. Pretty much get out and vote blue, and if you're not going to vote blue, stay home.
And it is your right. Don't let them take it. If your vote did not matter, then an entire political infrastructure would not be trying to take it from you. If it was so meaningless. Thank you very much for being here. I hope it felt like a very pleasant and quick visit. The
Yes.
time flew by. Our first sitting representative to call into the program, she called to talk to you, not me. So there you go. You have the endorsement of Maureen Madden. Take that. I'd start publicizing that everywhere I could. But thank you for being here, and thank you for becoming part of and for revisiting us, I really should say, and for becoming part of our family. And you are always welcome here. I'm very grateful for your time, very genuinely grateful for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Goodbye.
That's Tina Burns, Democratic candidate for Pennsylvania State House of Representatives in the 124th District. We set a new record, folks. We had 4 callers. We set a record. And that's the thing, gang. I mean, you are under no obligation whatsoever to share my dreams and passions for a career. But if we had Tom Hartman, like Randy Rhodes, like I'll even say it, Hannity or Limbaugh like callers stacked up, or sports radio type callers stacked up every week. Believe me, I'd have advertising. We'd be doing this for a living, and we'd be with you 5 days a week instead of just the one. So you heard everybody that called tonight. They made it through perfectly fine, and so will you. You can call this program. But not now, because we're out of time. It is 8:58. We're 2 minutes away from the end of the program. Please remember, on hot101.net and on our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, The Villain's View with Sergeant Mack, Thomas Mack, comes up immediately following us. Next week, you heard her call. No, we had 5 calls. Damn it. Now I'm going to forget. We had 4 or 5. I'm so excited. I don't care. When I get 1, I get excited. So if we have 4 or 5, I'm off the charts. Poor Kristen's gonna have to put up with me bouncing off the walls for a couple hours, probably. Especially if we go get ice cream. I don't know why I'm having an ice cream craving. I always have an ice cream craving. Let's just be blunt. That said, we will return next week live with you on October 23rd. You heard her call in briefly and share some kind words. Amanda Waldman will be with us next week, and we will be with you. That's the 23rd. Not sure about the 30th yet. We'll be back with you on November 6th, right before Election Day and after. Please, we're under a minute left. If you missed any of the program, that other side of information on YouTube. Go to YouTube, find the recorded portion of our program. Until then, for all of our callers, for everyone at Hot 101, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, all the DJs, for April Riddick, for George Dare, for everyone at TCP, and of course, for my dear downstairs. She's literally downstairs right now. Thank you for being part of our program. We will return next week, 5 p.m. Eastern with Amanda Waldman. Until then, please take care of yourselves and each other. I'm Jeff Kennedy. Have a great week.